Yeah, Kimi wanted to watch because I'm playing Kimi's game. So I think I'm gonna try to hit that dungeon tomorrow. So yeah, I haven't touched it.
I was
I've
just.
been doing other things.
That's all good. I was just curious.
Neat. Thanks for checking in.
No problem.
Check 1 2.
Hi, Brent.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
All right. Let's see. Okay, should be good. All right. Everybody's weekend's going good?
Yeah.
So far, yeah.
Good. Good.
I
Okay.
finally got my plant potted, so
Hey,
you know.
Hooray.
I don't know.
what type of plant?
It's a majesty palm, indoor palm, because we know who I am. So, and when we tried to do the palm tree in the front yard, it died. So
Yeah,
I was like, okay, I'll just get an indoor one.
I feel you with that. Like I've tried to get plants before and they just die.
Yeah. So you know that song Santa Monica. He's like, I just want to see some palm trees. Like that just lives rent free in my head. So I was like, I want a palm tree.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm glad everybody's doing good. Let me see if these avatars are working. I think they're still busted. I still gotta replace them probably. Yeah. Yeah. No avatars for us tonight. Wow, wow.
Mine are busted too. I don't know what's going on.
It's like every time, I don't know, Discord does things.
They work on Tuesday.
Yeah, then it doesn't work again.
On Saturday, yeah, I don't know. They worked fine on Tuesday.
Huh.
Let's see. All right. I think I should be good. Okay, so I've been busy myself, so I did not finish my Cold Study backstory stuff, nor did I finish my Black Book stuff. But I'm getting there, folks. I'll get there eventually. I'm just adulting. I had Carter had his karate graduation this past Thursday, so yeah, you know, they had a little performance where they do all their katas and stuff like that, and it was a whole little ceremony, so that was cool. And then we did pool day today, and then I had to adult and shop and all that crap. So, but I'm working on it. Good things take time, you know.
That is true.
100%. All right. Glad everybody's doing good. I expect tonight to be another pretty much RP session. I think you guys still have to figure out what you want to do next. Maybe gather some information here and there. Maybe talk to a few folks. And I know on the back end after the stream, we kind of came up with a short list of maybe things you guys will want to do once you leave Emberwood. But before we get into that, who wants to go ahead and give us a recap? I mean, last session was a shopping episode, so I mean, there isn't too much to report. You guys bought a lot of shit, but who wants to take a stab at it?
Wait, where's Louis?
Oh, he's gonna be late. He's gonna be late. So somebody else has to do it.
I'll get it.
You all right?
Yeah. So, oh, I'm not going on to it. Oh, he beat it. Okay. So we came back with Mel's interrupted monologue continuing now that the Brent had his power. So, but Mel made a few more threats, you know, bringing up the Jones family and Clara, brought up a few other things that I didn't write down, but Mel is definitely thinking he's thinking he's on top right now for sure. Pretty much, and tried to talk to us about how we asked for the second, and he was trying to get us to keep him from cutting the time in half, but Kalina's well thought out, you know, but we got to be in tip-top shape seemed to hold true, so we were fine with that. We came back out into the early morning,
Hold on,
and the cottages were
like a true enemy.
uh-huh
He wanted you to beg him,
yeah,
but he didn't get
he
a chance.
did, he
All right,
did, yeah.
continue.
No, I'll give that sleazeball that. I'll give it that. Give that. I can't wait to have his head on a pike. I'm just saying. And we came back out. Cottages were now contained, smoldering embers. You know, a bunch of people outside, and we had to slink off into the darkness, heading back home. And as we were passing by Hendrick's farm, it was very subdued. Not a lot of action at the moment. We make it quote unquote home. And Capet had lamented a little bit on his stay with Oscar Yorn and the smell that he had to deal with before we got into the conversation with Elijah, who started it with complaining about salty feathers and how his griffin and salty feathers were now like a fox and a hound kind of situationship. I don't know. And the I mean that's what I got from it. And let them know when it was Elijah and Austin is the other guy, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
We let them know about what happened to Ron Bati go ahead and making the little nice minor illusion to show that this angel, but they were saying it wasn't one of divine faith, and if it's true, it's an angel of the falling fire, and how Lucretia, you know, has twisted this power, but you know, it does show how much power she has if she is the one who did it. And they were really wanting to be like, oh, well, we got to get Virgil Underwood too. And they were saying that there's one or two places that it could be inside the city. Champions Gate was brought up, and St. Selena's was put on, and that's where they congregate. So we kind of at least have an idea. And then the Tower Dragons were talked about. It's why the Griffins can't get over. And then sewers were talked about. And so, like, there's a lot of information if that's the lead we want to go down. But none of us were jumping at the bit like Austin was. So we went to bed.
True.
Finally got some day of sleep. Got up, headed straight over to we got our items done by River at the Red Lion Hotel. That's right.
Yes.
Because we wanted to sell stuff and talk to River. So, but as we were passing Hendrick's farm, there was a large group of falling fire people on the road, and they were like, if we stared too long at us, they would feel the obvious uncomfies. So we decided to just ignore them, and they ignored us, and it was like a little truce there for a second. And they were heading towards Drakkenheim through Emberwood as well, it seemed to be. And we were looked at suspiciously. We were heckled and hollered at, you know, see you at night fight night, suckers, you know, the whole, you know, somebody else's head, we gotta get on a pike. I'm just saying. We were not let into the Red Lion Hotel because you know, we are now filthy rats and we cannot be let into this fine decaying establishment. And while we were waiting for him to come back out with our stuff, River finally came out, and we let her know about the time travel, the body's not decaying. Made sure that River knew that came from Oscar Yorn and kind of where we were at with all of that. And there was a little bit more of pressure from River to continue helping her because her person likes to see results, doesn't really care about anything. But she was able to get let her know about the research station again. Don Laro, and that key was brought back up, but we're like, he's dead, we don't know. And then she let us know that we got a quiver of many arrows, and also to be careful about the frozen box, opening it up because it's probably going to go kaboom, so we should do that somewhere safely. Went from there to head to Crow and Sons. Got yelled at about Emma, what's new, but then Loey gave Tobias the parts for the bullet press.
Bullet press?
The bullet press. Thank you. Words are escaping my brain and they're right in front of me. I'm literally reading from my notes. So 5 days or so to see if he can put it together. And then Louis will be able to buy rounds at cost. And then also mentioned about delirium to be able to make martial weapons gauntlets, but it's still in experimental phases. And then we Fairweather Trades and Exports for the Delirium cell. Orson was like, y'all fucked up my supply chain, so y'all aren't getting paid as much. And we were like, well, we don't have anywhere else for this to go, so sure, bud. Aldar's was pretty interesting. Kalina had asked about getting our name cleared, which I was like, heck yeah. And Aldar was like, hey, yeah, you want to make a deal with the devil? And she was like, I don't know about that. As Torn was coming onto the scene, I don't blame her. There were scrolls, potions, spell components, a wonderful cape that smells of sulfur and is red and gold that I really wanted but couldn't afford. And yeah, we got some stuff with some shopping, all that stuff. We'll go find Emma when we get back. And then we left for Camp Dawn at 1:30. So we got there at 2:30. And it was getting muggy and warm. And then we noticed that the fields around Camp Dawn are full of large supply wagons, war horses, additional tents. Obviously, another retinue that we find out later has come in to help bolster Camp Dawn's numbers, which might work out for us in the end. I don't know. And Austin and Elijah greeted us, escorted us to Ophelia Reed's tent. She looked pretty happy to see us and kind of figured out a little bit about Kaput, was introduced. Kaput's just along for the ride now at this point. It's great. And, mentioned that all of us would make great knights and maybe even get assigned our own order if we wish. So that's something for the party to remember if that's the route you wish to take. And there had been a very pointed glance at Kalina at the end of that statement. But she has prior commitments, apparently. And then we get pulled. Alice gave her the picture from Reed Manor, and then we get pulled into this tent where we see some people that us as players knew who they were, but then had to meet in character in a very tense moments while Tinu waited outside, because I think we're all waiting to see how Ku plays Tinu, seeing Thorn Radley. But we were praised for bringing back the writ from Drexel, and we were told that, we'll get to that later, as there was a little bit of, toss-up of, like, the twins aren't what they say they are, and Ophelia was like, I checked them out, and then Marsha's like, we'll talk about it later, and I kind of feel bad. I wish I could be around for that conversation, though. And then Thorn finally kept trying on, like, going off, but Torn finally stepped in before Loie and Alice could pop off, which, thank you, Torn, by the way. And then we were pulled out this really pretty box that had, like, sand and gems and stuff. I remember, like, it's to show strategies and war plans. I didn't get the description down fully, sorry. And then whatever we were talking about a few moments ago, the whole, like, Thorn drama is going to be put to a backseat, and we're going to hear about the war plans and what parts we're going to be used as. That's what I got.
Yes, perfect. Take some inspiration. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks.
All righty. With that.
Yay, we're pawns again.
Yes, literally, yeah. You're about to show how you're pawns again. All right. So let's head back to Camp Dawn here and kick this off. So let's see.
Well, real quick, Brent. I'm gonna.
Oh yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw that.
Oh,
yeah.
good. No, you're fine. All good.
All right, go for it.
So anybody knows about the Thursday games will understand the trend. So, question for everybody: if emperors run empires and kings run kingdoms, who runs countries?
Yep.
Why? Wait, I don't understand.
Wait, are we answering in character? Or is this are you asking us?
It's a joke.
Why are we already laughing?
Yeah, I was like,
Say the joke one more time. All right,
Yeah,
go
one more
for it.
time.
All right. If emperors run empires and kingdoms are run by kings, who runs countries?
Yeah. Okay.
See you next Tuesdays.
Yep.
Well, I don't think I can say the answer to that in this format, but yeah.
Oh!
You mean cunts? That's what you mean?
I've
Or
said it
cunt?
out loud twice, and it only just
C-U-N-T?
clicked.
Yeah, there we go. Brent said it. I didn't have to. All right.
wait, but why would they be cunts?
Because emperors, empire, imp,
If M's
No,
run
I no,
empires,
no,
King.
I'm asking like a literal question now though to the joke, because like
Yeah, no.
empires and whatnot. But why would you
Yeah.
label those people cunts for a country?
no, it's a joke,
Or
Koo,
is it
because
is
if
just a
if
joke? There's
kingdoms
no
are run
answer.
by kings,
Do you
empires are run by
hold on?
M's.
Hold on. I'm gonna DM you something.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
shout out to Val from
Okay.
Thursday. He's listening in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am also remembering an outburst in Parliament in the UK at one point where some conservative member referred to, says like I am a country member, and the head of state there says, yes, I do remember.
Sorry, you heard. I forgot his mic was gonna catch me laughing like that. I need to edit it out.
All right. So, you guys are. I don't know if I would say you guys are dealing with some cunts right now. Nobody's really cunty here. Everybody's having a good
Lies,
time.
lies,
That's
slander.
yeah, no.
All right. Let's see. Let's get some church music out here. Which one?
Okay. Kaylee fixed me. I got it.
Do you get it now? Okay.
Yeah, I get it now.
Okay.
Okay.
We all got hit with vicious mockery there.
Or Tasha's hideous laughter. Either one.
My analytical literal brain was like, this doesn't make sense.
Totally fair.
Okay. So, it is a nice afternoon here in Camp Dawn. The fortification is busy as can be. Not really represented on this map here, but there's a ton of people around moving to and fro, doing all types of military stuff. And you guys are in our command tent that we have here. And just as a reminder of everybody who's in here, we got Theo. Let's see here. Let's bring him up. We also got a new NPC here. We got Sir Landry. Let's see. Where's this guy? There's actually a chance to meet this guy earlier, but let's see here. Way earlier. All right. And of course we have our tall beanpole, soft-spoken boy, the goodest of guys. We have Thorn Radley in here, and of course we got Ophelia Reed, and then of course some other ranks of the Silver Order is all around our war table. These are our most important peeps. Oh, I'll even put our hulking, quiet menace. Zachariah's here too. And there, move this over just a little bit. I think that should, it's good enough. Move him over a bit. All right, it's about everybody. All right, Tino, you end your cell phone call with your dad, and now you get back to things here. I'll leave it up to you what you were doing, but yeah, you can come into the tent, and
Oh, so before she goes in, I would hear him, right?
yeah, sure. You know, you would hear a familiar
Okay.
voice, and you would hear some arguing back and forth. Yeah.
She, I guess she would like go in, but her hand would shake a bit, but then she like steels herself, straightens her back, and then goes in, and she stares right at him with her nose up. She doesn't look down away. I was
Soon
standing right in
as
front of him too.
okay, well, so soon as you come in, you see Sir Landry and Night Captain Theodore Marshall. They have this large tray out that's full of sand and small beads of glass, and there's also a long, almost kind of like ruler that they use to swipe the sand and clear whatever formations. And there's like a little, almost like we'll say, I don't know, like a small stick, a chopstick or something in there where they can draw. But yeah, you come in and you see folks look up at you, but you know, nobody's surprised here to see you except. Well, I don't think Thorn is surprised now, but when you come in and you look at him, he he gives a visible like scoffing, but he just stares at you, then glances at Polina, but he doesn't say anything. He just shifts his posture and turns his attention back to the table here. You could tell that Night Captain Theodore Marshall's no idiot, and he can see there's obviously some tension here. You know, he just kind of clears his throat and brings the attention back to our table here. All right. Let's see where we're at. Okay. So, Sir Landry, or Captain Landry goes, Night Captain, I can go ahead and demonstrate the war plans. I've done this for quite some time. But you see Theodore give him a side eye and goes, no, I can handle it, Captain. And you see Landry just kind of purse his lips and just gestures for him to continue. We're gonna go to our tabletop here, and I want to put this. Oh, no. No. There we go. Okay. So let's zoom out here. And do that. So you see, Here we go. So you guys can imagine that this is our little sandbox. And okay, that's good enough.
I want to draw a heart on it so bad. That's what Tina would be doing. She'd be looking at the chopstick like, I want to draw.
All right, well, so Theodore says the Temple's Gate follows the same format as Shepherd's Gate and all the others that we have here. 2 battlements, our gate in the center, and then of course our walls. Now, our enemy, the Garmir, are not well organized, and they run rudimentary battle strategies, but what they lack in war games, they make up in numbers and ferocity. The temple, St. Vitruvio, is just crawling with these Garmir, and here at Temple's Gate, there's probably equal, maybe if not more, who knows, but they will fall over themselves to kill something, to take our meat. We plan on coming from the south here, where we know that there's a large Garmir encampment that's kind of just infested with the dogs. Obviously, we'll have some formations and whatnot to try to pierce their ranks and drive straight to the gate. But what we do know is that this gate is typically closed. They don't really have much cause to go ahead and open it, so we expect it to be closed when we get there. Now, the Hooded Lanterns from Shepherd's Gate have access to the interior of the city, which we don't. So, with their forces, we hope that we can go ahead and maneuver them inside of the gate and attack them from behind, and maybe their western flank coming in through here. We'll put H for Hooded Lanterns. So, a basic kind of pincer maneuver here. But it's no pincer if this gate remains shut. And he looks at all of the knife bites. We need a strike force, small, elite team with experience in the city to be able to quickly get to Temple's Gate while we hold and keep the attention of most of the Garmy here outside of Temple Gate, and while the Hooded Lanterns are assaulting from inside the gate. Now, we would hope the knife bites would be able to go ahead and take this role of getting close to the Temple's Gate as possible, maybe scaling said walls or getting access to the battlements, but in some way going ahead and opening this gate. Once the gate is open, we can go ahead and send in our additional units for support to make the final push to go ahead and break through their ranks, seizing the interior of the gate. Hooded Lanterns, of course, taking the Garmy from the inside. And then we can secure the gate, and we imagine at this point, seeing that the battle's lost, a lot of them, or many of them, would go ahead and flee back to St. Vitruvio's Cathedral. And then we'll go ahead and reinforce the gate, and we'll have it. Now, if the Hooded Lanterns see all of you, knife bites, participating in this strike, definitely more likely to suspend any suspicions and, of course, trust the plan. So I imagine when they read this and they see that you are our strike team that's going to handle the gate, that will make them more comfortable working with the Silver Order. Now, we can talk about more details once the Hooded Lanterns review. Plus, we're still waiting on another Legion to arrive here. You see Sir Landry at this point, and I'm going to go back to our stronghold. He goes, Knight Captain, if you don't mind, I have some questions for these knife bites. And he kind of gives you guys a smirk and a nod. We must be sure that the captain, Commander Elis Drexel, sticks to the arrangements that we just laid out here. None of this drunken hero bit and last minute circus acts. My first question, how did Commander Drexel seem? Did he seem quite coherent?
Yes. Alice will speak up.
He's
I would say
wonderful.
fairly coherent, yes.
He was very coherent, yeah.
Did you see him drinking?
Yeah.
Actually, out of character, did we see him
him.
drinking?
I
Sure.
genuinely don't remember.
Yeah, down in
We
the
did.
garrison,
He has
in
some
his
Yeah,
room,
time.
he had his flask, and yeah, and at the
So
commander's table.
it's been a bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
it has been a bit. So yeah, so we have, yes.
Yeah, no, Alice would, when we first met him, and he was what I imagine would be during his resting time, as nobody can be on completely. And then when we met with him the next day to go over the details of this, no,
In the
he
morning.
was not drinking.
No?
Yes.
You see Landry look at Theodore, they look at each other with some unspoken glances, and they just kind of shift a bit. About how many men did you see at the garrison?
Ooh, that Alice would have paid attention to this, but Dice doesn't know.
Sure.
I know, Brent, you're asking questions we don't know.
I mean, that's fine. What's more important is what you say in game. But you would know that you probably saw. Actually, I would say either Petra or Ansem would have probably clued you in that they have a rotating ship of about 300 soldiers or so. That's about it.
Yeah.
But we didn't. I don't think we actually saw ourselves that many.
Yeah.
I think Alice did, because her and Loie were up in that tower watching everything for hours.
Yeah, they were up for a long time.
Yeah. So.
Well, what do you guys say?
I'm thinking, sorry, how Alice would say this. She's better than I am. I have to be better.
You know, there's another knight here that has like a ledger, and he's like writing down this information.
Alice would look at Torin to see if he's going to respond before she opens her mouth on this one.
Can I incite them for asking this? Like, is it because they want to overthrow them after the thing's done? Do they look like they have any malicious intent?
I mean, you can roll an insight. Maybe I guess to gather some unspoken details, but I don't know if you would get a yes or no on like malicious intent. But go for it.
I can't see it. 25.
You would get a sense everybody here is very much interested in the manpower that the Hooded Lanterns have, regardless of Temple's Gate.
I mean, I think if no one's mentioned, I think Torn that would bring up that they had just successfully, we had come to say they had just successfully did an operation against the Garmir, not really trying to give details, but
do you bring that up?
No, I wouldn't. I'm trying to think about this. I don't know if this...
Can Tinu answer in Tinu's way? Do you guys mind?
I mean, nobody's stopping you. You could say something anytime.
Okay.
Anybody could say anything. Yeah.
There were a lot. There were more than this many, and she holds up 10 fingers.
I mean,
there were more than that.
I would say, as far as we know, we definitely saw more. I think we've definitely saw more than 50, but I don't. Out of character, I don't know exactly how many we saw.
Like I said, you would. I would say your brother or anybody would probably give you. I would say that everybody here could eyeball that it's probably like at least 100 people there that you saw inside of the garrison. But I would say that those who interacted with Ansem or Petra during you guys' event up there would probably know that there's like probably about 300 or so, give or take, in total.
Right.
Yeah.
In that case, I call a body to say, like, at the garrison, maybe 100 on hand, plus who knows how many on patrol, going in and out. So based on, I guess, basic patrols, 3 or 4 times that.
You see Landry, the gears are turning in his head. You get a sense this is a military guy. He nods. He goes. He looks at Knight Captain and he goes, by the end of this operation, sir, if they have maybe 400, 500 at the most, I would expect. He stops. He then looks at the rest of you. He goes, what type of armaments did they seem to have? Was it mostly blades? Did you see any firearms? Any siege weapons?
I would say for us, mostly we saw the infantry, so I would say pretty well stacked iron swords, bows, a number of specialized equipment for traveling through the urban environment to communication. But I don't remember it out. But I don't think they showed us their like siege craft. We mostly just dealt with helping the infantry.
Yeah, the most we saw in siege weapons would have been the ballistas on mounted on their crenellations.
One of the knights will go, I second that, sir. In our flybys, we saw mounted ballistas up there. Didn't look like they had too many. Landry goes, well, if they seem sufficiently armed, maybe after Temple's Gate they will have half of their force. We know that they're not getting much food, and we know that their coin is drying up. Knight Captain Theodore nods at that. Landry continues. He goes, did you guys interact with any of the lieutenants or captains?
Are you going to help send food to them if they agree? Because then won't you be friends? Don't friends help each other?
Well, I don't know if this agreement would make us friends, my lady.
But you're teammates.
True, but not friends. And,
But then it would go against you if they were hungry, right?
would they go against us?
No, I mean so let's say we have your friend who's blue and your friend who's green. And the green one isn't getting that much food. So the blue one is stronger, right? But if you're both gonna go against red, wouldn't you want the green to be just as strong as the blue one? So that it would work out better in our favor?
He shrugs, he goes, sure, but we're not sure of their exact numbers, and I don't think we have the time or resources to bring a whole nother caravan of food up here to supply an army of a commander who may mismanage it. But I have another question. The captains, lieutenants, did you meet any of them?
Yes, me and she nods at Loey. We got Petra back, Lieutenant Petra back.
Lieutenant Petra.
To the garrison.
Yes.
Right, she was lieutenant, right, Brent?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Lieutenant Petra Lang. Yeah.
Any others?
We had interactions with her brother,
Captain Ansom.
Yep.
Ansem.
Ansom.
Captain Ansom, but he was lost during an operation.
You see Ophelia goes, we've seen Petra and Ansom cycle back up to the watchtower. You say lost, you mean he's dead?
Assume so.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently the Lord of the Feast went after his patrol.
Ophelia goes, both of them were just coming into their adult years. Teenagers. Landry goes, another show of diminishments of their ranks here if they're employing teenagers as lieutenants and captains. Any others?
It also
Or
shows
just
the
Dick?
determination and belief in the cause that they have, that Ansem Lang was willing to put his life to make sure others got back, to make sure that more numbers got back. Something I imagine you expect out of your own officers, yes?
Yes, of course, under definitely the right conditions. Who knows what ideas the commanders put into their heads to take extraordinary risks. But yeah, any of the others? Any other commanders?
Minimal interaction with Highlash. She was captain, right, Brent?
Yes.
Yeah. So Alice will say, yeah, minimal interactions with Captain Highlash.
Seem to recall that name. Theodore goes, she's been part of the Hooded Lanterns for about as long as Elis. Landry goes, possible successor. You see they look at the room, they look at each other, and they get a kind of a nod. Okay. Sir, it's just worth reiterating, Landry says to the Knight Captain. I mean, this is pretty bad. Barely enough forces to hold back the game here. If they commit to this and we're victorious, they may be decimated. With no heirs and no coin, I don't see any foreseeable, political conflicts in our way after this. You see Landry goes to speak some more, and Knight Captain goes, yes. So we'll discuss the finer details with the lieutenants and the Flamekeepers. Knight Captain looks at you guys and goes, it'll take us a little time to finalize things, but I'll send Elijah when we're ready for you to deliver the plans. Maybe before then, we can reclaim St. Brenna's, or at least run out the cultists there. Maybe something your brother's a part of. You see that Theodore looks at you, Kalina, and Tinu. You see that Theodore looks at Thorn and goes, maybe the knifebites can assist you in this? Thorn just gives...
For help, Kala? Tinu says out loud. Wait, we don't hear you, Kala. I see you lighting up, but we don't hear you.
Let's see.
Better?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear you now.
Awesome. Okay. Sorry, what were you asking me?
Oh, Tinu would say out loud, oh, you asked him for help, Kala?
I didn't, but I'm sure that we can use all the help that we can get. If he feels that's a good use of his time.
Thorn goes, it's okay. No need. Knight Captain. I think we can handle a bunch of misguided folks. Theodore.
Oh, so you are going to help us then?
Yes, Tinu. I'm going to help you.
Okay.
Theodore goes, well, I'm not going to force it one way or the other. But if that's something you would like to take on before Flamekeeper Radley and Sir Landry starts formulating a plan. Talk to you see, he looks at Ophelia. Come back and talk to me. At this moment, let's see here. Sir Austin Edwards kind of pushes his way to the front here at the table. Knight Captain, may I? You see, he looks around. One of their members, talking about you guys, have been captured by the cultists. I was thinking on the way back from delivering notice, maybe I can assist in saving them. Theodore glares at Austin for a long time, just silence. You notice Ophelia and a couple of the other knights maybe shift a bit. Finally, Ophelia goes, Theodore. But Theodore suddenly stands up. Sir Edwards, Theodore suddenly declares, come with me. You see Sir Edwards kind of looks around, a bit confused. But you see the Knight Captain push past folks on the table and exits out of the tent.
Tina would whisper that to Ophelia behind her. Is he in trouble?
Ophelia doesn't say anything, but gives you a look like you could tell she's fearful.
What's gonna happen to him?
We'll talk later. That's what she says to you. And you see she exits the tent.
Tina's gonna follow.
Yeah, you see everybody's like leaving out the tent.
Oh,
You're just gonna let him punish him?
Uh-oh.
Alice, in your mind, all you hear is Kaput's voice. Is it always like this here?
You see she like blinks and looks at you and then gives you like a hesitant nod.
He just nods back and follows everybody else out.
Yeah, you can move yourselves. Declutter my screen here for a second. Theodore marches over to the raging bonfire built atop a mass of white stones. He stands in front of it. You see priests and some knights catch wind of something going down and move out the way, and some folks begin congregating to watch. And Austin cautiously walks after the knight captain. They come to the fire, and Theodore looks to a couple knights, maybe this one here, goes, Claudia, Gregory, go collect the prisoners and bring them to us. And you see her and another one of these knights disappear going northward into camp. There's about 5 minutes or so of just silence. Finally, Austin pipes up and goes, Knight Captain, can I ask what's going on? Theodore turns and looks at Austin. You can see a pained look in Theodore's eyes, a look of hurt, almost maybe betrayal. He then says loudly, Sir Austin Edwards, it's been discovered that you are feeding information to the leadership of the cultists. The result being an attack on our supply chains, which resulted in the death of 2 brothers and sisters, and the kidnapping of Sir Virgil Underwood and compromising our mission. Most importantly, you've betrayed your oath to the Silver Order, the faith, betraying all your brothers and sisters and yourself. Austin looks around at the growing crowd. You see his eyes look at you guys.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna insight Theodore. Is he lying?
Roll me an insight.
But he probably wouldn't be lying because he's like, he would. Oh my god. 22.
You see conviction in Theodore's eyes. You see no attempt to betray.
Oh wait, no! I incited the wrong person. Okay, it's okay.
Austin goes, Knight Captain, I can explain. Please just listen. I saw something. They showed me. And at this moment, I'm just going to go ahead and grab some of our NPCs here. Claudia and I guess Gregory march over 2 emaciated looking individuals, just dressed in rags. You can smell their odor from a distance. You can see their skin is pasty and they're blinking against the sunlight like maybe they've been held up in some hole. Theodore turns to these 2. Then he draws his gold-plated longsword and stabs it into the ground in front of him. He then breathes in deep and closes his eyes, and then holds the pommel of the sword and whispers some incantations. Those in the area can hear his whispers, maybe loud and clear, a prayer echoing through your mind. All of you suddenly see the 2 emaciated individuals take in like a large gasp. You can see like confusion, then emotion on their face. You see Sir Austin also gasps, but continues to stand there. Prisoners, Theodore says. You confessed before that you saw Sir Edwards at Champion's Gate speaking with Mr. Weber. In fact, you saw him on multiple occasions, sometimes at night at Hendrick's farm. You see they both look at each other and they nod enthusiastically. One of them coughs and goes, yes, it's true. You see a lot of the other knights standing around kind of grumble. Theodore looks at Austin and goes, is this true, Sir Edwards? You have traveled on your own accord to Champion's Gate and Hendrick's farm On multiple occasions? Austin says, yes, but I've just been having dreams. Uh, I needed to understand. Please, mercy. Theodore interrupts him and says, there's no mercy, Sir Edwards. That was forfeited when you volunteered to take part in an occult ritual with lizard folk. Another violation of your oath, and a test. A knight of the Silver Order who was uncompromised would never participate in such a thing. Austin just looks around in shock. But you can see like a slow acceptance coming over his face, a look of defeat. Theodore says, lay down your blade, shield, and your armor, please. Austin complies. When he's done, he just stands there looking dazed. Theodore grabs his golden blade from out the earth.
Wait. Brent, real quick. In the in the sacred flame, in the song, is there anything about mercy? Like that, do they pardon people? Do they give people mercy? Because you know how like they're like, oh, Jesus died on the cross to forgive our sins and da-da-da. Is there anything like that in the Song of Fire?
Sure, yes, you will know that for citizens and average folk there is mercy, but those who have joined the Silver Order, you would know that they're held to a way higher standard than the average person. You would know this, and Kalina too.
But so they don't make mistakes? They're expected to be perfect then?
No, nobody said that, but
No, I
to go to these cultists and powwow with them when the mission of the Silver Order is to, as far as you know, get rid of them, or that would probably be beyond the veil. You would also, at least Theodore has said that Austin here is responsible for the death of some other knights, and Sir Virgil Underwood going missing.
Oh, okay, never mind. I won't do it then.
Plus, unfortunately, if they're a knight, then they took certain oaths. So even if they were going to participate in a ritual, they would have to clear it with their superiors. Going behind their backs is probably part of the problem.
Yeah, and
if he was
Tina would know that,
sneaking
right?
to do all of this, that's more of an issue.
Okay, I won't do it. I was gonna cast something, but I won't do it.
No, I know. It's hard.
God damn it, Tino! Okay, sorry, Brett.
That's fine. And if anybody else has something they want to do, please just interrupt me. Theodore. Yes?
No, I'm sorry. I was thinking. I'm not interrupting. Please continue.
Theodore points his blade at Austin. The sword suddenly begins to glow, a near blinding white light. All of you can feel like a static energy. And as he does, and his blade glows, Theodore says, not just says, but commands to Austin, walk. Austin, suddenly, like a puppet almost, he abouts face and he turns towards the bonfire. Austin begins to take rigid steps towards the flames. You see Ophelia is looking at all of you with a bit of anxiety. You see Elijah's here and has his lips pursed and he's just shaking his head at Austin, if anything. One step after another. his eyes open, full of fear. You see he grits his teeth as he marches up the platform. You could tell his instincts is kicking in, and if he could, he would probably run away, but there's some compulsion here. He steps to the fire and closes his eyes and grits his teeth. He doesn't say a word. But you see he steps into the flames, and his body ignites. After a long moment, finally, Austin gives in to the pain, and he screams. Most turn away, but Theodore stands and watches until Austin collapses into the raging bonfire. Theodore turns and then looks around at anybody who's still there watching.
Pinu is. She's standing right there.
Yeah, Alice is still watching.
You see his eyes falls on Ophelia. He says, loud for everybody, "We must work together with honesty and clarity, or we will leave ourselves open to the influences of this corruption around us." He holds Ophelia's gaze for a moment, and with that, he sheaths his sword, and the light disappears, leaving you all kind of seeing spots. Theodore sighs heavily. He looks at the ground and kind of shakes his head at disappointment as he looks back at the bonfire. He then says to the knifebites, calmly, "I will send Elijah to your home when our plans are finalized. If you need anything else while we're here, within reason, our resources are yours. Ophelia will show you to your dwarf compatriot that was staying with us here and escort you out when you're ready to leave. Oh, one last thing. You see he looks at you, Kalina. You stayed here for a bit and got some training with the horses. I open this up to you and to any of the knifebites. You guys have done fantastic, honest work with us. If you would like to train with one of our griffins before the siege of Temple's Gate, come." Then he gives a tight smile, but then he about faces and goes back into the command tent.
Oh shit, I want to ride a griffin. Is that a now thing, or is that a we can get some corruption cleansed first with Ophelia thing?
Ophelia seems welcome to that a distraction here, and would come over to you and says, "Anytime you're ready." I mean, it will take probably about as long as it took for us to get acquainted with the war horses here. Maybe a little bit longer, but it seems like you were a natural when you were here before, but if you want to stay and get started, you see she actually goes, "Actually, how about we talk about it maybe later this evening? I do need to go into the Emberwood and check in on St. Ardina's chapel."
That's all right. Is there somewhere we could maybe get some cleansing if a few of us came in contact with some corruption the last time we were in Drakkenheim?
Yes. Long as you guys, let me check something here. Where are we at? As long as you have the spell components, we could do it for you.
Thank you.
Is it all of you? I mean,
Don't remember who or how many we need. Who's sick? Because I know a couple people. We
Well,
still
they use
need
holy
it
water, and I
healed,
think
right?
it's 3 of us. I think it's Ponty, Alice, and Kaput. Brent would have to
Well,
confirm.
Yeah,
I think Tinu
Oh,
I know is,
Tinu,
but I wasn't
okay.
sure. I've got Tinu and
Torin
Bati written down.
has 1, I believe.
I'll give it to you. You would Alice, Tinu, Kolabadi, either Ron or Kaput actually, and Torin. You guys feel sick.
Most of us.
Yeah.
Okay, so we might need to. Okay, I have
How
a
many
couple.
holy
They use
waters
holy
do you
water,
have?
and I know I've got a couple. I can check my inventory.
Would we be able to just pay the gold for the holy water, Brent? Or
Yeah. If you bring it up,
bottle?
yeah, Ophelia will be more than willing to go ahead and take the coin for it.
I also have 6 flasks.
How many flasks is it per spell? Sorry.
Let me see here.
Well,
I
it's
don't-
100 in materials for
Yeah, I have to
Ron.
look at the spell.
So
Maybe 4.
yeah, the spell's
It's-
100. So that'd be 2. Well, each vial's 50, isn't it? What cost?
I can't remember if it's 50 or 25.
Of holy water, I believe it's
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
Holy water.
Okay, then 2 flasks each.
That's 2 flasks each, so that
So
should be
I have
enough
enough.
for 3.
I have enough for 3.
I have 2
people.
on me, so I can cover myself. I got 2 holy waters on me.
Okay. Actually, I'm sorry. The holy water flasks are 25 gold. Each.
Oh.
Tina made
Okay.
enough holy water for 2 people
Yeah, you made a whole
back in the
bunch
day.
during our
Yeah, I mean-
downtime.
200 gold worth of holy water on downtime days. One day is 8 hours for that. So I have enough to cover, I guess, me and somebody else.
And then I have enough
Torin.
to cover 1.5.
Yeah, I could pay for the holy water required. So
Yeah, I have 2. I can give up my 2 and then pay the other like 50 gold.
If you if you have 2, I have enough for. I've got 6, so I could give you 2 and then have enough for one other person.
Kaput would just fork over the 100 gold. So
Is that enough? I think that's enough.
Good.
Okay.
Brent, before
Yep.
we do that, Tina would have been standing here to I guess she would wait till the crowd kind of dispersed,
Yeah.
and she would say to him that it was wrong to break your oaths, but it wasn't wrong to be lost. And she would pull out a bracelet and toss it in the fire. You're not alone.
You see it kindle, and you watch it turn to black and to ashes. And then you turn back to your friends. Ophelia would say, we can go ahead and resolve your contamination here first, and then we can get to, you see, it looks at you, Loey, your uncle. Actually, he's been making himself quite busy here. He's been cooking, and the men seem to enjoy it.
Shane had to step away for a second.
About
sorry.
right.
So we're gonna go ahead and fast forward through this, but you guys spend the necessary time. I believe the cast purge contamination. What is it? Is it an hour?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's enough people here to where I would say that the whole event takes maybe a couple hours at the most. In the infirmary here to the north, when you're purged of this contamination, is just as horrific and awful as you guys first experienced it. They strap you down and do the incantations, and you can feel this entity, this force, and then see it, this black amorphous stuff come out of your body, leaving you feeling sickened and tired and exhausted, in which then it turns to kind of ash. Afterwards,
About after seeing the procedure done this way, she'll ask, like, what do you do with the ash?
Ruth here, who seems to be our lead when it comes to health here, she goes, we destroy it as much as we can. It's already ash. The rest of it we dump into the fire. He gestures towards the bonfire. Don't worry, witch. Here, under the dome of the divine light, nothing will happen to you. And with that, then, you guys are marched over here. I'm not gonna move there. You can move your own tokens, but you guys are marched over towards the south.
Brent, does any of us have more than one level of exhaustion?
Yes. Everybody has one level of exhaustion except Kolabadi, who has 2.
Gotcha.
Just so you know, even when you mark it as exhaustion on D&D Beyond, it actually doesn't change your character sheet. I was trying to find the homebrew items that I've made that alters your character sheet for it, but it's not letting me pull it up. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Good to know.
So, yeah, anything that you do in active conditions on D&D Beyond, like under the conditions tab, it doesn't alter your character sheet at all.
Okay. So you guys are marched over here. You see that Yanis is at a cooking area. It looks like he's surrounded by a small group of knights, and he's explaining some type of pauper recipe that maybe he's learned while he was with the Minotaur. And he's like, the salted meat really soaks into the onion and the pepper, but you want the flame to be hot. Sear more than fry, or you're gonna, mess up the crunch. Part of the reason we dwarven folk don't come to your place as much because the food is trash. Who wants to travel weeks to sit down in front of some flat ale and some overcooked beef, huh? He sees you guys approach. He goes, there's my kinfolk. Look, one of you guys are gonna have to finish this. The free trial is over. Any other tips it's gonna cost you. He hands like a metal spatula over to one of the knights, who quickly tries to pick up where Yanis left off. You notice Yanis looks visibly better. The colors returned to his face. He seems less consumed by his worries, although you can see bags under his eyes. He probably still has some exhaustion. You see he comes over to you, Loey. I don't know if you're able to game or you're still dealing with the kiddos. But
he had stepped away, Brent, and
okay.
Me earlier.
Gotcha. But essentially, you see Yanis go over to Loey and has a few choice words where when Shane Loey gets back, we'll go ahead and deal with that. But meanwhile, Ophelia would pull Tinu and Kalina, you guys aside while this is going on, and say, we are in an area of war and strife, but I'm sorry you still had to see that, not being accustomed to maybe this environment. But please, if you have the time, I would like to discuss some things with you at St. Ardina's at dusk. Can you commit to meeting me there?
Is that back in Emberwood?
Mm-hmm.
Today?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
I think we are available tonight, yes. We're not planning on going anywhere, right? Above table? We're not.
I
Not
don't
right
think
now,
so.
no.
Okay, just checking.
Because I think the lot of us are exhausted, so.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure before I agreed. That was all.
Fair enough.
She gives you a smile of thanks. Those of you, the rest of you, roll me a perception.
I need another level, so I can't ever roll below 17. Damn it.
1, because my
And
exhaustion.
that's why.
I think that for me is gonna be a
9
20.
because of mine.
Torin, yeah, you would know that Yanis has gone over to the knights who are trying to cook this food, and he would like yell at them and tell them like, "Oh no, do it this way! All of you, get around! Watch!" You know, and they get closer and they begin to watch him, cook up, and then you see Yanis goes over and comes over to you, Alice. Goes, "Hey, you got that bag with you, right?"
What bag?
Oh, the bag you put stuff in, a bunch of things.
Yeah. Yes.
Come on. Okay, quick, take it out.
She does.
You see he begins to unload from his pants a bunch of small jars of looks like different spices and stuff. You see he begins throwing it all in the bag. He keeps looking over his head at the other knights. You see he then creeps over and he grabs like an unused pan, and then he comes back over and he puts it in your bag. All right, we're good to go. All right. Well, it was good staying with all of you. It'll be nice not to hear you guys crowing in the morning with the prayers. Goodbye. I think we should all go now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see, yeah, he begins to make a beeline for the front of the...
I love him.
I love him, so I missed him.
At this moment, Ophelia wraps it up talking with you, Tina, and Tinu and Kalina. And if you guys don't have anything else you want to say or do here, Ophelia walks you guys back towards the exit of Camp Dawn.
I don't think we have anything else to do.
Kaput's
No.
tired. He's ready to go back.
You guys pass,
I'm wood.
yeah, you guys pass Sir Landry and Flamekeeper Radley. You know that Thorn is like saying something to Captain Landry, and like kind of looking at you guys. It's obvious they're talking about you, or at least he's talking about you. Bryce just kind of nods his head, but you don't see any other expression on his face.
Tina waves. Bye, we're leaving.
He doesn't wave back.
Did they give us? They said Elijah would just come back. They didn't give us a day how long it would be until Elijah brought us the
No.
Yeah,
the missive.
just when they were ready.
You said it's Landry that we're passing by.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alice would stop and look at him to say, "Is there an expected timeline on when we should expect Elijah?"
It's like I said, we're waiting for another unit to come in, and when we're closer to being ready, we'll let you know. But there's no timeline at the moment.
To even get the beginning paperwork to Drexel.
Sorry, it's complicated. let you know though.
I'll also look at Buddy and see if Buddy was trying to say something.
Well, Bhakti was like, while all this was going on, is after that conversation there, she's like looking around the campsite. When we go up the gates, she's going to look at the tent town and more or less trying to get a troop count.
Okay. And I'll also just look back at Landry and well, hopefully it doesn't take too long. By the way, is there anything that you might want to maybe get around that you think would be beneficial for the Queen's men to hear?
Who are you asking?
Landry. She's asking Landry.
He blinks at that. He goes, we heard about them. In some other towns, they have a smaller presence, but better yet, if you hear something that we need to know about them, please do tell.
Right. You'll get the truth. Is there anything you want them to know that might throw them off? Is what I'm saying. Maybe give us a little bargaining chip should we find ourselves in more trouble with them.
What are we throwing them off of?
The house just shrugs. Just seeing if he had. She just shrugs.
I can't think of anything at the moment. I'm getting acclimated to my station here, but I'll run it by the night captain, and if there's something we can think of that will be beneficial, we'll let you know. But when I understand, we're still building the blockades on the roads here, which, give it enough time, less coin coming in, which means less gangsters get paid, which means some of them go away and do other things, or they fight amongst each other.
I think it would be in the best interest to not underestimate them.
Understood.
And she's genuinely, she's not being snide or snarky or anything about it.
You can tell that, I mean, he's taking your words into some consideration, but you can tell that he's like, at this moment, he doesn't have really much he can add to it.
Right. Okay. No. So her seed has been planted. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I wanted. Thank you. Alice will just tell him thank you and leave. Yep.
You can roll me an insight, Kolobati, as you guys exit, and you try to get a visual on how many of these troops you think are here.
Nope.
You will know that it could be anywhere between maybe 400 to 600. It's probably more. It's definitely more. Usually, definitely more folks here than at the Hooded Lanterns. That's for sure. And they're definitely well supplied. But but yeah,
and they're expecting another unit coming through. So probably
yeah,
50% increase on top of that coming in.
yeah. You guys leave Camp Dawn behind. You can still see the ashes from the bonfire coming into the air from Sir Austin Edwards' unfortunate demise. What if you guys would have went with him right then and there to St. Selena's? I wonder what would have happened. But we don't know.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
The world will never know. All right.
The road back, Kolobati will, of course, draw up her own horse to walk alongside people. So she's on her ghostly mount.
Huh.
Ooh.
And she like walk next. She looks at she's very slow with her exhaustion levels. And she'll ride next to Alice and like it was like. So when do you think they will betray the Hooded Lanterns?
Oh, they already are. They already
Oh,
are.
that was a
thinking about
given.
it. Yes, that was definitely something to bring to Drexel's attention. I think that the Hooded Lanterns still need their help to help clear the city. But Drexel's going to have to be a little
Yeah,
bit more aware.
it sounds like they're expecting them to expend a significant amount of their forces on their pincher.
And they're going to expect the hood lanterns to do so as well, so I'm even thinking, even depending on how long this missive takes, seeing about getting word to Drexel earlier. He definitely needs to know how that conversation went. What do you think?
Well, I don't think we need to get it to them immediately, but we definitely should do it when we are delivering the message from them. Depending on if you care what happens to the lanterns.
Unfortunately, I think I'm going to. I don't know any other faction that I would even think about having back me up. Until she just goes like into deep thought if you don't press her for more questions.
Well, considering even what they've said there and what we've seen, and you obviously wanting to make a claim to the throne, what are your feelings on an occupying army taking out your forces?
That is
If your claim is, if you have a claim to the throne, the Hooded Lanterns are your force.
Yes, they are. That's the problem I've had with the church, because they are occupying force, but they are the larger occupying force, and that's why I tried to plant a seed into Landry about the Queen's Men to maybe have some numbers taken out on both sides.
I'd be very curious to see what their plans are.
Well, I mean, what their continuation plans are. The ones that they're not going to tell us. Yes, me too. Because why do they want to end this purge for Drakkenheim? I want to know who they're supporting to be crowned over Westamar. It's not somebody here.
Yeah,
Are you there, Loey, Shane, or no? Is he still gone?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. I just I want to be quiet.
Welcome. In short, you guys picked up your uncle and Yanis, and as you guys are walking back to Emberwood and having this conversation, Yanis will come up to you, and you see he comes up. He goes, like he's smelling the air. He sniffs. Oh, old Yanis may have a few fingers missing, but his nose never misses. Say it's gotten better. You see he grabs, like, your backpack.
Mm-hmm.
He smells it. Oh, I haven't smelled that since your pops and I made some pit stops in Liberia. You know, right before we drop off our last load, we celebrate. I mean, your father actually had a sense of humor after a few puffs, you know.
Well, I was going to ask the others if they wanted to, put their boots up, so to speak, but that's for after.
I'm just saying, you make sure you save some for your uncle.
Well, you're coming with us, aren't you?
Yeah, I just making sure.
Good to see you're doing better, Uncle.
Seems like you're doing better yourself.
I'd say I've had to swallow a hard pill today, and I could use a break, or I might have to break something, if you know what I mean. Like you were saying about killers and all that.
Well, I didn't mean to come off so harsh. I just know that there's there's a lot that needs to be done here. And I just want to make sure after it's all said and done, you know, I don't know, there's something left of you inside, huh? He kind of pats you on your chest.
Well, I ain't planning on dying, at least, Uncle. You can rest assured on that.
I don't mean dying. I mean, you know, it's just not all bitterness and resentment because, I can tell you I spent many years angry, asking why me? What did I do? You know, where's
Never.
Gabney when I need him? But at the end of the day, it's just drained the life out of me. I try to focus on the good things, you know? Like, for instance, he shows you his maimed hands.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have to roll cigars for Korgoth, you know, with these 6 fingers, and after a while, I was able to put together some really good stogies. You know, I can't wait for tonight. It's gonna be, woo, you're gonna be coughing your soul out.
Yeah, I was gonna show
That's a good
my
thing,
niece Smoke.
you know.
but
It's
Mhm.
it's a small thing, but a good thing.
You ever have Moke, Uncle?
Have what?
Moke. Yeah, the Portpreneur. I got some green tear as well as the veil leaf. Tobacco and the harder stuff. You ever have them both at once?
Have I ever had them both? I had them twice. We'll go ahead and say. Yeah, better times when I was younger and stuff. Oh, you know, me and your pops, we've had even more stranger things. I tell you that much. But yes. I could show you how to mix it up right if you're telling me that. Yeah, you got all the ingredients.
Sure. Well, we'll see what happens at the Gilded Lily. But I've made my way to Free Markt and Liberia from time to time. I know my way around the rolling papers.
You know your way around them, but I know all the ways. We'll go ahead and say. I'm just saying, if you need my services, I'm on here to help. He goes, all of you, knife bites. I got some great spices. I got some good stuff. Anybody like spicy food?
I could take some spicy food.
Oh, I bet you can. Go ahead and wake you right up. He begins, like, as you guys are walking, just like if you ever seen a movie Forrest Gump, and Forrest Gump is like with I forget the other boy. He's talking about all the different shrimp combinations. He pretty much he pretty much begins going down that list of like all the different combinations of things he can do with like paprika and some peppers. You know, he just talks her head off about it.
Yeah, I think Chloe listens to it and doesn't say much, just thinks to himself.
We're gonna pass Emberwood, right? On the way back home.
Actually, your home is between well, actually, no, you're right. You hit Emberwood before you get home. Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Which you guys have just arrived.
I was gonna say, Alice had told me about the quiver. Tinu wouldn't use that, so if nobody else wants it, we can sell that.
Oh,
Yeah.
is the market still open, Tinu?
I don't know. Is it? I look at the sun.
Yes.
Mentally.
It's about like 4 or 5 p.m. at this point. It's starting to go ahead and descend from the sky, but it's still pretty active here in Emberwood.
All right. Well, I also wanted to ask you all, it being one hell of a freaking day. Anybody here up for a drink at the Gilded Lily and a show?
What do you mean a show?
Oh, sorry, Kaput. I forgot you haven't been. They have acts, bards and the like that come by, and other various performances. You can act too if you want, and they
If you
might
do,
toss you a few coins.
yeah, if you do good enough, the crowd will tip you.
Oh, I
Wait,
have to
but
think on that.
they're not angry at us?
They might be.
Oh, okay. You see Tinu visibly deflates.
You guys stop by Caravan Court. You go by Aldor, the Immense's massive wagon, and you're able to go ahead and make an exchange for I believe I said 500 gold they would give you guys. And yeah, I mean, Aldor,
I got
this will be great for our collection. And he, of course, gives it to you, but just as you guys are about to leave, he goes, "Oh, Kolabati." You see, he reaches into a scroll bin next to him, and he takes out a wrapped up scroll and he hands it to you. It looks like your friends across the oceans likes to communicate quite quickly.
That was rather rapid.
Maybe they're worried about you.
She'll accept the scroll.
Yeah, literally same day. Look at that, FedEx. You unravel. I mean, do you just open it here in front of
I
everyone?
I wouldn't open it here. No.
Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, you pack that up. All right. Well, that's being done. We're gonna say it's like getting close to 6 p.m. What are you guys doing? You heading over to the Gilded Lily? Is what I assume.
May I make a brief stop? I gotta put in an order with Tobias real quick. Check some prices. And timing.
Sure. Anything else? Anybody wants to do?
I think
I'm gonna be looking
I
for
have
Emma.
to go to the church, right? You
Yeah,
said
I think
you wanted to
Hala and
talk to-
Tinu are going to the church.
At dusk,
Cool.
you're supposed to meet Ophelia Reed. It's not dusk just yet, but you can go there, of course.
Wait, when's dusk?
When it's dusk, the sun sets around 9 p.m.
Whoa.
Fuck, that's late.
Yes.
We're gonna get chopped.
Shit. Okay. Then yeah, too early to go. We're not going yet. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Let's start with Loey here, then we'll get to Emma. Loey, yeah, you head by Tobias's Crows and Sons Smithy, and let's see, where is that at?
I don't know if we'll need a map because this is just gonna.
Sure. But yeah. You stop by. Tobias is there, and he looks at you. Hi. What can I do for you?
Tobias, I forgot. I was in the city, and with the way that warehouses and such are, it's dangerous work. Troubleshooting and opening a lock. I don't suppose you sell any lockpick kits, do you? Or could you make any?
I mean, I guess my boy here, Peter, he could, but why don't you just go over to what's his name? The guy who sells all the gear and stuff.
Well, you could imagine our name is Piss, and he's going to charge me an upcharge. So I was just curious if it'd be convenient to do business.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Roll me 2d4, and that's how many he's got.
Sure. 5.
Yeah, he tells you, it's like, I got some laying in the bin over here, Sure, and he'll go ahead and sell that to you for, at market costs.
Double the rate.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I buy
With
2 sets.
20% off.
Oh yeah. Does he give us 20%
Yeah,
off?
he gives you 20% off. Yeah.
Okay. All right. 80 gold it is. Nice. Glad we came here.
Add them to my sheet.
Yep. You get 2. There you go. And Loey, you guys see Loey hands off both sets to Addy.
You still have the one Kaput gave you as well.
Hmm?
Said Loey still has the one Kaput gave him as well.
Yep. He's keeping that one. Seemingly. Unless you want it back. Do you ask about it?
No, but there might be one random day that it disappears. But
Fair enough.
But we'll tell you if that happens. Oh, do we see her?
All right. You're able to finally catch up with Emma. You find that she's hanging out in her tree that's at the entrance into the dusty village. And as you approach, she climbs down. She leans against a tree
Hey,
and
you-
she waits for you to come up to her.
Yeah, Alice would. You've been home
You
yet
told about
today?
well, it's like safe for you to be staying with public enemy number 1.
And 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and
I hate
Well-
7. I believe they hate me too.
7. Yep.
To answer my
Oh, who can hate you,
godparents'
Lily?
question,
Oh,
no,
excellent.
I haven't been home since I left in the morning, but so. And to answer your second question, I mean, you know, folks say they saw you guys, use gunpowder and fire magic to burn the cottages down, and that sucks. And I guess it sucks being seen with you guys. So, I expect to be compensated appropriately.
Well,
She stands tall.
you always are. Yeah, Alice just kind of grins at her. Well, you are, and then I was wondering how much more compensation you need to maybe start clearing that up with other rumors. If that's something you're interested in.
Wait, you want me to start telling people like you didn't do it or something? I mean, did you do it?
No, we didn't do it.
No,
In fact, the only one of us I think that actually uses fire magic was Ron, and he's still stuck in Drakkenheim. If he's still alive.
The only person among us who's used gunpowder is Louis, and he'd probably wring someone's neck before he used it to burn a house down.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
a waste of
Stab him in
coin.
the back.
She kind of digs her toe into the dirt. She goes, I don't want to do that because I don't know. They may start asking me more questions.
All right.
They?
That's fine.
Yeah. The Queensmen. And any of these other adventures around here.
Yeah, I don't want anybody looking too
Okay.
closely at you.
I just didn't know if you had someone specific. Just general. Okay.
Well, speaking of somebody specific,
Mhm.
I saw that guy yesterday. The creepy guy. He looks contaminated, like he's like barely alive, and he was the one putting up the posters. Yesterday he was up here with like a group of other mercenaries or people, and I don't know, there were like maybe 7 or 8 of them. They were like buying supplies, and they all seem weird like him. I'm worried
Putting up
about
what
old
posters?
Zoya.
Zoya, yeah.
Yeah. We're a little worried about her too.
Have you heard about the timing or any other information on that?
She sighs heavily. Well, no. I guess it hasn't changed, but a lot of adventurers that have been in Emberwood a while, I mean, they've seen others try to hurt old Zoya, but ended up getting hurt themselves. So they don't bother. But what if this time they find enough idiots to go down to Buckle Down Row and come up with whatever plan they have? No one around here just seems to care. I mean, I told the Green Cloaks while you were gone, and they just shrugged and said that they were too busy. Everyone just cares about themselves. Even
Yeah,
old
that's-
Zoya doesn't seem to care. She told me the other day that when she's gone, to keep the shrine clean. You can see that she's really worried. I think it's
We
going to
know
be
that
bad
meeting's
this
on
time.
Yeah, and we know that meeting's on the 30th
Yes.
at Buckle Down Bro.
I think they're going to get her this time. Anyway, last time, I mean, you asked me about that Don guy. I haven't heard or seen anything from him.
Okay. Anything else?
No, like I said, that strange guy that was putting up the posters, he was in town yesterday with like 7 or 8 other mercenaries like yourselves, but they all looked weird and they all acted strange.
How so?
Like, almost like they're all puppets on the same string. They all just kind of like move together.
Mm. We're gonna have
Ron
to
would
talk
probably
about
build
that.
it. Yeah, Ron would probably be able to tell us better about what that might be.
Yeah. Actually, question, and this might sound strange. Did you catch how their eyes looked?
Well, that's an interesting question. Yeah, like they were looking at something really far away, no matter what they were looking at.
No, come on. No.
If you see Ron,
Come on.
you're not muted, babe, by the way.
Sorry.
She's taking the dog out. She was whining. She was like, "I'm old and I gotta go." But yeah, Alice would say, if you see Ron though, because he didn't come back with us, so keep an eye out for him as well. Maybe he'd go to Old Zoya if he came here.
That
She
might be where
nods.
he'd hang out, actually. That's a good point.
Especially if he knows something's happening. Keep an ear out for more on that, Emma. It's not that we don't care.
Sure, she says. Well, now she goes, now I think about it, I mean, there's a lot of the followers around. They were buying a bunch of stuff.
How
And
many's a
going
lot? Like, more than normal?
Yeah, like groups of them, maybe 3 or 4 groups of like 20 of them or something like that. You know, like more than you can count on your fingers and toes. They're just buying a bunch of stuff, and then they go north across the bridge, and they're towards Drakkenheim.
Huh. Thank you. That is probably good to know.
Sure. She reaches out her hand. She like shows you her palm. Alice.
Alice will drop 55 gold into her palm.
Oh shit! She says. Are you serious?
Get more information about what's going on about Old Zoya, so that we possibly might be able to help. We cannot go down to Buckle Down Road to be attending that meeting. It's not a matter of not wanting to. It's a matter of being able to and live through it. Use some of that to bribe if you have to.
Okay. So one more time. What do you want me to do?
Get as much information about what's going on with what they're doing at Old Zoya. We're not going to be able to be at Buckle Down Row.
You want me to go to Buckle Down Row?
No, pay some bribes if you need to. Get what information you know. You are
sure.
smart. You are capable, and you're good at listening. Use those skills. Keep yourself safe.
Wait a
Maybe
minute.
if
You
there's
see her
anything-
eyes brighten. Don't you hang out with those other guys? The he's a halfling and the orc.
The
Mhm.
headhunters?
The headhunters, yeah.
I could talk with them.
There you go. Let them know that you work with us.
Yeah,
Got it.
Tina gives her 10 more gold to help.
But you see, she's dropping coins and picking them up. She's looking around. Yeah, I mean, she pockets them the best she can.
Oh, here.
Here.
Tinu has her little pink pouch. She'll take everything out of it and give her pink pouch.
No. That's visible, Tinu. No.
Oh.
Alice
Okay.
will hand over the dark green with gold, like the gold thread little pouch that she had found. Like, it's a coin pouch
Okay.
that she had found somewhere in Drakkenheim, and hand it over.
You can see that one too.
It's not pink.
She goes,
What's
I
wrong
like
with
this one
pink?
better. Pink sucks. And she goes, that's what she says. And
Fine
And,
then. Tinu
don't
takes
be
her
rude
bag
about
back.
it.
Tina, it's alright, lass. I know some folk that like pink.
Alice scolds Emma about that. Like, no, ma'am. She was trying to be nice. Absolutely not. You don't talk to Tinu like that.
she rolls her eyes, but she looks at you, Tina. She goes, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Not everybody likes pink. It's okay.
I'm on it, she says, though. And you see she runs off.
Okay.
Alright. We good for a drink? Everybody?
Might as well give it a shot.
See if that discount still holds, huh?
If they'll let us in the doors.
You guys head over to the Gilded Lily. And let's put kaput.
Sorry, I'll be back there in a second.
You're fine. You're fine. Yeah. You guys come in. This dusty, low light or lit establishment. It's about the same as you guys left it. You see the bartender, our guy here, Mr. Wheeler. When you guys come in, you see he does a double take. And he looks around and he's like, hey, you can see the gears turning in his head, and he goes, I'm sorry guys, we got a special event tonight, and the place is gonna be packed. We're not letting any more folks inside. Maybe next time.
You mean you're not letting us inside because of the rumors? It's okay. If that's the case, I'd rather you just be honest with us.
You see his eyes dart back and forth, but then he looks at you, Kalina, and he kind of gives a nod. He goes, yeah. Sorry. Look, you guys can just, get out of here.
How much for a bottle of liquor then, and then we can fuck off?
Well, I don't want to say it like that, but, let's see. $2 gold.
All right. Torrin will drop the 2 gold. Actually, he was gonna drop 4, get 2 bottles if that's all right.
Well, Tinu
You saw
wants a
Lily
bottle
going for his
too.
birthday nods at Torin when he buys the
Tinu wants a bottle?
Yeah, but not for drinking.
We'll give you the bottle when we're done with it.
Oh my
No, I want a bottle of alcohol.
He needs Molotovs.
Yeah. Tinu puts 2 gold on the table. But yes, I still want those bottles too.
You guys, without having to roll anything, you know that like everybody in here, it's just everybody's giving you guys side eyes and talking with each other and whispering. You see Kevin, he dishes up 2 bottles of his elven wines that he has, and he puts them on the table.
You got
Or
anything
3
on
bottles.
it?
You get 1 bottle or 2 bottles, Tina? 4 together.
Oh.
Okay,
I
4
think it's
bottles.
4 total.
Got it.
Yeah.
Can I buy something other than wine? Because Lloyd is not really a big wine drinker.
Sure. I mean, what I got on hand, some strong spirits from the north, healing area. It's gonna
Okay.
run you a gold for a bottle.
I'll take Haley vodka. That's fine with me.
He nods and he dishes up a thick, squat bottle and hands it over to you.
How much?
A gold.
Uncle. Yeah. All right.
But we'll buy one as well.
At that moment, though, you see Madame Rochelle comes over and goes, Mr. Wheeler. You see he stops. Per usual, she goes, I will handle it from here. He goes, they were just buying. He goes, she goes, stop. Shh. You see he steps back from the bar. You see she comes over. Some of my favorite guests. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to ask you all to with the wares that you've gotten to leave. We're low on stock. We have you see Wheeler goes, a special event. Yes, a special event coming up here tonight. And we're gonna be packed. We need to keep everything that we have. But thank you
Ma'am,
Yes?
I respect you endlessly. Please do not bullshit us. You cannot have us in your establishment causing an issue. I'd rather you be honest, and I'm going to put 3 silver on the bar towards Kevin and say, thank you so much for your help tonight. We'll be leaving.
With the booze. And Loey takes it off the bar.
Well, thank you so much for your patronage, then. Goodbye!
Can I just make sure that the 3 silver goes to Kevin?
Okay,
'Cause it was a
roll me
tip
a
for
perception.
him.
Roll me a
Okay.
perception.
I just want to know if he takes it or if she tries to take it. Ah, shit, my perception's awful.
Oh, you
Oh,
can roll.
maybe.
She might not be hiding it, you know.
Well, I pushed
you-
it
With
his
a 10,
direction
you're
anyway.
not so... they both just stand there and wait with smiles until you guys leave.
It was his direction. He knows what I was trying to do.
Sure, I'll give this to you. If you stick around and look in through the window outside, you can see that, Madame Rochelle puts her hand on top of the silver. She slides 2 to herself, and she slides 1 to Wheeler. And you see he shrugs and he takes it and pockets it.
It's fine. It's still something.
She didn't take all of it.
I don't want to go make a scene.
Yeah, she looks around and then she goes back to doing whatever she was doing.
Kaput, do you want mine? Tino pull it out of the bag of holding. You can have mine.
I've never tasted it before. It's more of what it is. So I mean, they tried to get me, to breathe in the other crap.
You be
But-
careful, but that stuff tastes like berries. No alcohol.
Well, I think everybody's going to share.
I mean, I'll give it a try. See if I like it.
Almost everybody's going
willing.
to share.
But
Okay, I'll put mine back in the bag of holding for now then.
So I know I'm still new, but I don't want to impose and drink all your spirit.
I don't drink it. I use it to make fire throwy things.
Oh yeah, I've got one of those too for Alice. I'm waiting until I have a few more to hand off to her.
So, yeah, you guys find yourself back on the dirty roads of Emberwood, a bit dejected. You guys look around. I mean, there's a bunch of places you could post up around Emberwood. You see some old trees, some battered-looking benches here and there, outside. What's up?
I want to just go home and drink.
What time is it, Brett?
It's like 6:30.
Okay, and we know
Yeah.
that the Ironhelm dwarves. Sorry, I know you guys were trying to do something. I just want to know this real quick. The Ironhelm dwarves. They do their change in Emberwood at 7 or 9.
At
I can't
9
remember.
at sundown. Yes.
At sundown. Okay. All right.
You want to catch the Maddie?
And she'll nod, but she'll just nod. We
Fuck
need
it
we
out.
need to catch your cousins.
All right, fine. Fuck it. Let's Who wants to see whether or not the barking buzzer are willing to give us the same rigmarole, huh? Or are we just going to piss off by the well and I don't know, take a whiz in the river? Who's feeling it?
I thought you guys liked rivers. Why would you whiz on her?
What the hell did you guys do? Yana says, Jesus.
Queensman. We didn't do shit.
Oh, right. He just shakes his
Oh.
head in disgust.
Uncle, you know, I did get back at the one that did it, I think. And he nods for him to come over.
He comes over.
And he shows him an incredibly bloody sack and the contents of it.
Jeez. My God.
That's the one that stole your face and mine. I took it back.
That you did.
I thought you're still just kidding.
Yeah,
well, you guys dropped off the body, but you.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. No, we.
Did you keep like his skin mask, like his face mask, like his
yeah,
face?
I kept the face.
Oh my God!
We gave it back.
Yeah. Did you?
Oh,
I was
that.
Yeah.
I
Now
don't
it's terrifying.
Yeah. Yanis looks at you a bit disturbed, Loey. You just. Well, damn, nephew.
They don't get to steal our faces, Uncle. Not without paying for it.
Apparently, I.
Anyways, what are we drinking? Somebody pick.
Well, my preferred pick would be home. But I believe some people have meetings they need to do in town, and considering the temperament, we can't be. We have to stick together.
I'd rather catch the Iron Helms outside of town. Less eyes.
Well, the twins want to have a meeting with the Flamekeeper at the church.
Maybe you guys can go that way, and we'll go this way, and we'll meet you guys after.
Maybe we could sit by the river. Yana says.
I'm perfectly fine with it.
Well, it's more of a creek than a river, but good enough.
Sure.
Okay.
Kaput looks at Tinu and Kalina. It's like, can I join y'all?
Oh, are we going now, Kala, or are we going with them?
Do you mean later tonight?
Yeah, if everybody splits up, depending on how it goes.
Yeah. I
Cool.
thought we weren't splitting off for a while, that was all. Just because it sounded like we've got like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, but do you think it'll be okay, though, if he comes? Kala?
Honestly, if Ophelia doesn't want to say anything in front of him, she won't. I don't see why it would be a problem.
Okay.
Plus, it might be nice for her to have a chance to meet him a little better.
Okay.
So the river then.
Sounds good.
This is so sad.
Yeah.
This is so sad.
You guys, dejected, go sit by at the muddy banks of this creek, and the water is like.
The other option would be to visit Old Zoya.
True. Yeah, you guys sit at the banks. I mean, it's just dirt, some weeds and stuff here and there. Brown waters. You think you see a fish pop out, but it looks like it has 5 eyes. Yeah, and it can, continue to go down.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just
I
plops
know.
down.
Tinu doesn't drink, so Tinu's gonna plop down and pull out one of the ropes she bought, and I'm gonna start making more bracelets because I'm running out of them. What do you want me to roll, Brent, to see how many I get out of this rope? It's a 50-foot rope. I should get a good amount.
Well, it's like this is like industrial rope. You know, it's not like I mean, you couldn't, I guess, make bracelets out of it.
So no, I'm fraying it. So you know,
Okay.
I imagine it's like twirled, and then I would like fray it to pull it up to more strings, and then I would braid those.
Sure. You know, with a reasonable amount of time, roll me 2 d20s, and we'll see.
Okay.
You probably can
25?
get 25 bracelets out of this
Okay.
rope.
I'm good with that. That's what Tina spends her 3 hours doing.
All right, yeah, you guys sit near the banks, and I can, of course, fast forward this, but I don't want to skip an opportunity for you guys to mull and plan and talk about, you know, there's a bunch of things on the docket here that could be discussed. But, you know, if you want me to fast forward, you guys want to do something specific, let me know. I mean, this session's yours. You know?
I guess I have a bit of a confession to make, and I've been mulling over what happened today. I should have heeded what Adi said, and I didn't think about it at the time. But there was something off that happened, and maybe Bati or Torin, maybe one of you could figure on this. And Moe takes a sip of his Heilig vodka before he hands it off to Addie to see if she wants a drink.
She doesn't take it.
Yanis immediately grabs it.
Or let him drink. That's fine.
Torn will stick to his wine. He's not time tonight.
Anyways, I felt like there was this itch on the back of my neck when we were coming into town, like somewhere out in the fetid fields north of here, towards Drakkenheim, where there was someone watching us, but I didn't see anybody in the dark, and it was strange. Addie, you mentioned the same thing, didn't you?
I did.
Can you give more insight to how it felt?
I don't know about Addie, but for me, it felt like somebody was poking at my head. Like, I don't know.
May I? And
Well,
she
and
she holds up a couple fingers towards you. May I?
Sure, fuck it. I've had the wrong in there. Why not?
And she'll touch him and borrow his senses. Does it feel like that?
No.
No, not close, but the intrusiveness is about the same. Yeah.
I felt like there was more of an itch to it, Barty. Like I had to block out a thought that kept popping up in the back of my head.
Yanis says, "She's watching," as he swigs from the bottle. That's what it is. I felt that many times.
Who?
The Queen. That bitch. Or her folk.
There wasn't anybody here. There was I saw playing around, and Addie did the same, right? Right, lass? And Loey turns to you, Addie, for confirmation.
And you both had items stolen from the hideout?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Body's like, looked at Tora and see if it just seemed he can confirm what she's suspecting.
How long does whatever that is last?
It's not about how long it lasts.
Oh, you're breaking up a bit? Oh, I heard you. Gotcha. Oop.
Oh.
Yanis goes, there was times where when I was with Korgoth, I would feel kind of what you feel in the eye of Loey. And it was always right before that dwarf would arrive.
You mean it? Torin, what do you think?
Sorry, I had to jump out for a second to reset my stuff. Could you catch me up a little?
Or what do you think it is?
We had them raid our stuff and take personal. That leads to scrying. It also certainly matches the fact that they did this while we were gone, which means they were observing us to know the best time to do all this.
Wait.
Yeah,
this
they were
is
wait- they're
fucking
they're waiting for us to get. They were waiting for us to come back to town.
Yeah.
You're saying this was fucking magic or something?
Yes, it always is.
Just and the thing is, God damn it, that the queen can't do magic.
Hmm?
Oh, hold on.
You're
For a
breaking up.
second. Yeah, try once again. Say that again. You're breaking up, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Oh,
You can
wait.
put it in chat, or you can try to bounce back out and come back in. It's all good, you know. I mean, we got the time, you know. Ain't no rush.
That's true, Torin.
Yeah.
Torin, I'm gonna eject you, and then come back in. Let's see if that
Yeah.
fixes it. So I'm gonna go ahead and just pop you out real quick.
How dare you kick him?
I know, right? Get out of here! Banishment. That's what I cast. Hopefully, I clicked disconnect. I think he should be able to join if he wants. I don't know. I didn't block him.
He might be
Well,
used to it.
That's
Well,
good.
you did hear. Hello.
It's still not much better.
Yeah.
But no, that's all right. Give Torin space here. Let's see if we can go for it. Talk.
Does it sound a little better?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I just stopped talking because I was waiting to see if someone was gonna.
No. So let's pick up right where Loey was looking towards you, Torin, and asking for your opinion on these feelings.
With our items being stolen and what apparently you've told us and we've seen of her abilities, this is a magic. She is clearly magical, and this is something clearly within her powers.
But I mean, like, to do that, what kind of level of magic are we talking?
Well,
Technically,
considering the,
it'd be classified as the fifth rank, which is more than what I can do right now.
You would know this, Torin. Yeah.
Yeah.
and would also mean that she, considering what we've seen of the effects of inside and outside, that means she was outside the city.
No, actually, to recall, that feeling you felt was inside of Drakkenheim on the way back.
I thought it was outside of, like, after we'd left the city and we're heading back towards town, like maybe like a half hour out.
No. We're going to consider the feeling that they felt was. You're right. You're absolutely right. You guys were leaving Drakkenheim, but you still were in that the general area where that's under.
We were in the area
effect.
that would be considered Drakkenheim, where all the effects would in-game happen.
Yes, technically you're right, but yeah, we're going to consider it still all of Drakkenheim in that effect.
Okay.
Right. Think about it now.
Yana says, you know, what are you guys going to do when you catch up with her? Lembra, Queen of Thieves, whoever.
Do you really need to ask that question, Uncle?
Well, I know what you're gonna do, or want to do. What about the rest of you? Same deal?
At this point, we're gonna definitely have to do it. She's not going to let us go.
Yanis just shrugs. At this moment, as a DM, I'm going to prompt you guys to. You have a good moment here where, not just the Queen of Thieves, just thinking about everything you've experienced thus far. What does the knife bites think they should do next?
Actually, I wanted to put this to the party. I've got a few things, that we can split on. And y'all can think about it. We don't have to decide now. We can wait till we get home. But I thought one thing, we could handle River's business with Oscar. If we're inclined. And we're all the way up there, handing off the missives.
Whenever we get them, we weren't given a timeline on when we were going to get it.
Oh shoot! Sorry about that. I thought they handed it to the missives in that meeting.
No, they said Elijah
No.
would bring it. They did not give us a
Correct.
timeline.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got the situation with post the 30th with Old Zoya. We've got the fight night.
Yep.
On the
That's the
second,
thing, we might not have the fight night on the second. Depends on what answer I get tonight.
Yeah. But those are the only and then when we do have to contact Oscar on the 30th as well and see if he starts being annoyed.
I mean, I'm down for taking Oscar out, but it does make sense to do that when we're running back to Shepherd's Gate.
Yeah.
Plus, if we're at Shepherd's and we have a way of getting east of there, and I don't think the lanterns would begrudge us that. There's also the lilies to consider. Now I know Oscar wants those, but I had a thought. If he needs them to make that stuff, and Tinu and Kalina, if you're intent on going where I think you're going, and freeing him, or getting him back, or bludgeoning your brother over the freaking head,
All of
and
the
dragging
above?
him in, then we're probably going to need a lot more Expurgo for all of us. And whether River makes it or Oscar don't really matter.
I'll also throw in that the Queen's Garden has a lot of significance to the family, and maybe there's stuff there that could help in regards to that. Maybe worth investigating either way.
really quick, Torin, do you remember what Vio told you?
I
know it's been a minute. It's okay.
No, I'm having some trouble. It's been a while.
It's fine. Go ahead and roll me an insight. I'm looking for a 10, and I'll remind you. If not, you got to go back in the notes.
Yeah. I'll take that 10 and double it, apparently.
Vio told you that when this cat folk was observing what was going on in the castle the day of that meteor falling, that there was news or information that some of the royal family may have escaped through the sewers or underground passages out into the Queen's Garden or that general area. And Bio was thinking that maybe her father, the Chancellor, made it out alive there.
And from what I know, I'm not sure it's good to say here, but definitely, I think it's for mutual goals at the moment. It's definitely worth checking out. You might find something.
On that note, 3 other things that come to mind, and I'm going to rapid fire them.
All right.
Oren, you've got your family home, and College Gate's free now. or Shepherd. Either way, we can make our way there if we're all interested. As a favor, seeing as how Thorin, I don't think, is going to have much of a chance to get there if we don't all go with him.
I will say if the thing that I'm looking for is there, it would actually be exceptionally helpful for us later on, but I can't guarantee anything.
There's
Place
also
to start.
a body for you. If we're on the north side of town, I mean, don't you have that elf you want to see? I don't remember his name.
That's well outside the city limits, I believe. But
it's north, isn't it? Past.
yeah, it's north of the castle.
Yes, you would know that it's probably in the I mean not probably, but in the swash the forest behind Castle Draken, yes, is where people know this Eogan Ghost Waver to be.
People are already making the trek to College Gate. I mean, what's another 2 hours and camping at Eckerman Mill? And you've been helpful, so, you know, it's an option.
Yeah, and there's also the I've also gotten some information that something may be at the clock tower, which I believe is not far from Torrens estate.
Hey, we could handle them both, depending how we come out. And the last one that I recall, and Kalina, Tinu, again, this is for you. Wasn't there something about the theatre that you both cared about? And Lori looks at Kalina and Tinu to see if there's any recognition.
Oh, shit. I just sat down and heard you looked at me.
Ah,
I'm so sorry. What did I miss?
Weren't you too interested in the theatre or some such thing?
Yes. The one in Drakkenheim.
That's east of
Right?
Shepherds, and we have access to the
Yeah.
unit.
Yes. There's a movie machine there, I think, or something. Sorry, I was downstairs too.
Are you okay? You want to?
Catch your breath, Koo. No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe they had a disc they wanted to test with their little toys there.
Was something we had to watch there.
Yanis goes, you know, part of me is kind of glad that some things have went to shit. All this new technology and machines and things like that. What happened to good old storytelling?
I hear
Body,
that.
that's the kaput.
I won't judge it till I see it. Maybe it'll be fun.
Yeah.
Plus, if there's information on it that could help, even if old-fashioned storytelling is our preferred method of listening.
So, out of...
And there is the problem that some of the old stories aren't there anymore, that you can blame the church on.
That's true.
Yeah. How many of your old ledgers disappeared when they did that?
You have no idea how many Longbeards were just pave the fuck off, Colabari, when that happened. And the amount of inking that hit Quill that day probably would bury every library in Westamar. But, you know, more many the dwarves in Glimmer. Not enough. Anyways, out of these 5 things, and maybe when we get home, everybody casts a lot, and we figure out where we're going, whether that's Oscar, the park, Torrens home, the tower, clock tower, or the theatre, I suppose.
But chimes in when you take your breath, Loey. Says, for me, I need to go through Oscar's research data before it's provided to Rivers. That's my only request in this. Yeah, that's my only request for all this. So something's missing with the armor I wear, and I'm hoping his notes may have a lead in it.
Well, I guess that's a bonus then for handling him. And maybe we can dovetail the lilies into that. I don't know. Drop the whole thing off at river afterwards.
Well, having the lilies on hand will at least make it easier for get in the door.
And I wonder if we take on Oscar, get his place cleaned out, if we could get the headhunters to stay there and have that as possibly a place for us to stay. If we find it could be somewhere safe to stay. And we could let Ophelia know we're bunking down there. Might get her blessing.
It would be very smart for us to change locations. I've been wanting to do that since they started finding all that stupid magic. And Lloyd kicks the dirt.
Might be a base of operations closer in.
Mm-hmm. Potential.
Not a place we can sleep though.
Who knows? We don't know we don't know.
Maybe he's got
safe somewhere to sleep kaput.
You think he's got cells like Drexel's got?
That's what I was wondering.
Hmm.
I don't know, Brent.
Safe-ish. We can.
Was I able to sleep while I was retained there?
No. I would say that you, to the much ridicule of the other casters there, you would find no sleep, and you would actually maybe walk out hours away from Reed Manor and spend days out in the field sleeping and getting rest.
We're at Ackerman Mill, probably.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I passed that along.
Well, still worth a thought if we're dealing with it.
Well, like I said, have a noodle. When we get home, everybody cast a lot, and we'll figure out where the hell we're going next. Unless you all are dead set. If everybody's got it figured out, because I know where I'm voting, but
Okay.
full time.
So, let's go ahead and review our dashboard here. You guys had, coming up with some plans here. So I want to look at this part, right? You guys are working on. I already have here acquire Eldritch Lilies for Oscar Yorn. You guys have just reported back to Camp Dawn, so we can mark that out. You still have from River deal with the malfeasant wizards, figure out what happened with Ron, and locate the Steward Seal. So let's order. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and order this. And add a few other things. So, what are we doing first? You guys think?
All right. Since I know what I want to do, I'll cast my lot. My vote is Lily's, and then Oscar, immediately afterwards, provided it goes well. And that doves right in the river, and getting that sewn up. But second would be Torin for me.
Okay. What does the rest of you say about this?
Yeah. Also, I agree with that. I'm gonna ask, even if we don't have the missive, I want to stop by. That we use Shepherd's Gate to get in. I need to talk to Drexel quickly. It shouldn't slow us down. But if we're going that direction, I'd like to stop by Shepherd's Gate, even if we don't have the missive.
All right.
So, I'm gonna be that one person, and I'm gonna say I would love to do those things with you guys, but I really still need to check on Anar, because our level ups now depend on our story quest, and that's literally one that's right there waiting for us to just snap it. But we don't know what happened to Anar, so I would like if we could do that ASAP. Even if it's just checking on him to see where he's at.
Oh, you mean so that we make sure he doesn't get a gem in his chest?
Yeah, that too. but I care more about the level up than him. No, I'm just kidding.
No, don't say you're
Oh,
just
wow.
kidding, because that's true. That's
I'm
just
just kidding. I care about
true.
him.
Wow.
Tinu cares
That's
about him.
true.
Koo might not.
So Tinu's vote
Oh, no,
is
don't worry.
going.
You
The
know,
moment he shunned my Tinu for that stupid girlfriend, Koo was like, "Fuck you too, bitch."
So Tinu's, just so I know, Tinu's vote is to go to Champions Gate now and save an R.
No. Okay, so I want to go to the farm to check if he's even there. If he's not there, I would want to go to Champions Gate to check. Because that's like literally like
Do you
I don't
want
know,
to
I feel
explore
like
though before we do that?
um
That was the concern Loey pointed out, is that if
yeah,
that
but
place
we didn't really
contaminated,
use it last time. But I don't know if it's because I forgot or
we've
because
never been to
Colin and I.
Champions Gate before, ever.
Yeah, that's true.
You have,
But then
you have sending. So if he's at Hendrick's farm, it should work.
We can handle
Oh,
that now.
that's true. Okay.
So that's
Yeah, I
something
would
you
check
could
that,
find
yeah.
out now. Yeah, I'm all for you
just-
finding out about Nar. I'll
Okay.
help. I'll also help sneak
I
in and
just
go talk to him if you want. Still,
I don't know. I just feel like it keeps getting pushed back at this point. Like, and that's my fault because I should have like tried to push this sooner. But at this point, I feel like we're letting the easy level up run away.
No, that
As
makes
Koo.
sense.
Oh,
No, that makes sense. There's also just been a lot going on, and we've kind of
Yeah.
started
No,
getting a
I
handle
get
on
it.
things.
Yeah.
So,
But that's why I'm like
no.
saying that's like the one thing that I really want to do. Like I'm all for doing everything else too. That's what I really want to do. But if it needs to get pushed back a bit, I'm okay with that too. Like I'm not gonna be like, oh, you guys didn't do what I wanted to do. Like I'm chill.
I just want to
Yes,
hear
if he dies.
what your
Well-
primary thing is you want to do. So we gotta vote tally.
Yeah, well, also it sounds like based on some of the conversation that was happening at Camp Dawn, it sounds like they may have intelligence that Anar might be at St. Brenna's.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So
All right.
I'm
So we
fine.
go get Anar and Ron.
Oh, if he's at St. Brenna's, that's actually doable. We don't need lilies or anything like that. Place was okay.
okay.
So, Brink,
So,
correct me if I'm wrong.
mhm.
St. Selena's, not St. Brenna's.
For Anar, is
Well,
what you're asking?
Ron is at St. Selena's, correct?
Ron is at
And that-
St. Selena's, yes.
And Anar is going to be wherever they're looking for. Okay.
You're
Yeah,
not
so-
exactly sure where Anar is at.
Yeah, but
But
the thing
he
is, they
could be
mentioned
where
that.
Ron is too.
Yeah, but they did say that St. Brenna's was overrun by cultists, and based on some of the things that Thorne said, it sounds like they think that Anar is there and could be rounded up. That's what it sounded like they're trying to do.
100%. So that's the option too, I guess. That I guess you're voting for, Koo, is that we go with the Silver Order to St. Selena's to get Anar and Ron.
No, St. Brenna's, right?
I would
Anar,
maybe
right
at
now,
Brenna's.
yeah, Ron's at Selena's. Brenna's is where we're assuming Anar is at. So they're two different ones. We wouldn't get
Okay.
Ron. Yeah.
Yeah,
She
we don't
won-
know that. Yeah, we don't know that Ron is at St. Selena's.
Right. We don't
Alright,
technically
so-
know that that's where Benar is either.
Yeah, okay,
That's
so
why we
yeah,
wanted
I'll
to
say
check.
oh sorry, Kala, go ahead.
That's okay. That's one of the reasons we wanted to check in was because we don't know technically where he is.
But considering what we heard in the tent, that might be something to ask Ophelia in your conversation tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, that's where Koo's vote's going to find Anar.
All right.
All right, so it looks like figure out the location of Anar, Hendrick's farm, maybe with Ophelia Reed. Then I have check in at Shepherd's Gate with Commander Elis Drexel. Is
Yeah,
that
if we go by it, yeah. That's if we go out that direction.
well? You're going to be third. I have acquire Eldritch Lilies for Oscar Yorn, so you would be going in that direction. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, if we're doing Eldritch Lilies, we would be going to Shepherd's Gate, and from there we'd be going to Oscar Yoren, and then maybe going to River with everything.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is, if that was the case, we'd be going to Shepherd's Gate, do the check-in, head to the Queen's Garden for lilies, and then go to Oscar Yoren.
All right, so yeah, acquire Eldritch Lilies, and then head to Oscar Yoren. Okay. And then after that, what do you guys think you want to do?
I think we should do Torrens or Pates.
I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to be quiet to let other people speak up.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. The question I think we need to ask, because right now it is the 27th. If we do that, do we want to be here on the 30th when that happens with Old Zoya?
That's not
Well,
happening on the 30th. The meeting is happening on the 30th.
Yeah, so to clarify, that poster is recruiting people to meet at Buckle Down Row for whatever plans to perform this witch hunt. So there's a meeting before when that actually happens. And when I say that, I mean going and dealing with Old Zoya. So yeah, there's a meeting at Buckle Down Row before actually engaging Old Zoya. That's what's happening there.
Okay.
So based on the calendar, it's like, okay, so most of us, except for Kolobati, would still have a level of exhaustion. It's like, okay, so we could go into Drakkenheim tomorrow, or do we want to waste my last level of exhaustion and go in on the 29th for this?
That's up to you, Bati. How risky are you feeling?
I would prefer to be at 100%, considering we're going into the inner city.
All right, then we'll take the second day. I think that's safe.
Okay, so you guys want to head into the city then on the 29th?
Yeah.
I believe so.
I think so.
Got it.
I think
Okay.
Well, the thing is also, if we do it that way, we're supposed to report to Oscar Yoren over the sitting stone on the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, so then we're already up there.
I mean, yeah.
It's a way to get in the door without looking suspicious if we're walking in with Eldritch Lilies.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing is, that's a check-in in case he needs something in the lines of defense or something. So that hopefully won't be too bad, especially if we, that hopefully won't be too bad, and we can just check in and nothing bad happens.
That your brother plans on cycling back out to the watchtower on the 30th. Just to point that out.
Right.
Okay. So anything else? I just so as a DM I'm prepped, and also so you guys know what your guys gonna do. Looks like a check in at Hendrick's Farm for an hour. Then after that, you guys are going to head back into Drakkenheim. You're going to stop at Shepherd's Gate to maybe try to go to the garrison to talk with Commander Elis Drexel. Then after that, you're going to head to Queen's Park to try to collect some Eldritch Lilies. And then after that, you're going to head over to Oscar Yoren and try to deal with him in whatever way possible. And then after that, you plan on heading to Torrens' home and seeing if there is any evidence of where the steward seal might have been or have gone. Is that what I'm hearing?
Plus anything else that might have been in the home that could lead to just the overall mystery.
Yes.
And Anar's thing may expand if Anar is in a place we can get him.
Yep.
For Tino.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming Tino, if he's in like Castle Draken, Tino's not gonna be like, let's go.
Yeah, no, she would not do that.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
and
she's
then
reasonable.
and then after that, you guys plan on heading back to Emberwood and waiting to be prepared for fight night.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And keeping an ear out for whenever these folks descend on old Zoya.
And for whenever they defend old Zoya, got it.
That's why Alice paid Emma a lot of money to try to use his bribes to get the information since we
Yeah.
can't be there.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. So that is good to go ahead and know. All right. You guys, spend some time going back and forth over this, talking, having a few drinks. Yanis stays silent most of the time, although he's listening. And before you know it, the sun creeps down below the horizon. And you see that most of the folks have cleared out of Caravan's Court and Emberwood in general. And what are you guys doing now?
All right. Are we splitting up? Lloyd looks at the group.
You wanted to intercept your cousins on the way in.
Mhm.
We can all meet back at the church. Whoever doesn't need the, or if we want, and we can all walk home together.
So escort the twins to the church, then go
Okay.
up the road.
All right. So, who's drank quite a bit?
Oh, Loey has. At this point.
All right.
But a lot for Loey is like the bottle is empty by the end of the night.
Did you drink the whole bottle?
I shared it with Yanis, so
Okay.
he...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would.
Bate has not partaken because I was so.
Okay.
I would say
Drinking two
Oren
at home.
had opened one bottle, was willing to share it, but I don't think he's gotten smashed out here. But he has been imbibing. A bit.
All right, no problem. Nobody's like, went ahead and decided to binge here. You guys,
Not by the creek, no.
yeah, you collect your items and you guys get up and look back towards town. And so who's heading over to the Red Lion Hotel for the dwarfs?
No, Alice would have wanted to leave early. Alice wants to catch them out just outside of town. She's not trying to catch them at the hotel. She's trying to catch the caravan coming
Okay.
in. So she would have had to leave a little earlier for that than she
Well, we're
would
by
have.
the bridge, so they'll be passing by us.
True.
Right, but Alice wants to go a little further because, yeah, they're at the bridge, but then everybody's going to see us talking to them. She doesn't want it to be, like, if somebody's watching, they're going to have to work for it kind of thing. If that makes sense.
Okay. So who else is going to be with Alice here waiting for the dwarves to come up to Emberwood?
Lauren will go with Alex and Louie.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and we know what Tino and Kalina are doing. Kaput, I guess you're going along.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, accounts for I think everybody.
I guess should I go with the twins or do you want me with
It's up to
you and
you.
the dwarves?
It's your call, because we're just going to talk to them and then head back and
Okay.
wait at the church until we all can walk back, I think.
Okay, I'll wait at the church. Won't
You're
be in their
tired.
meeting, but I'll keep an eye on things.
Get a nap.
Okay, so it's okay. I'm looking at the timeline for the rotations with these dwarves. It doesn't really matter in this context, but let's see.
Yeah, Alice knows the rotations, so she would have had to leave a little earlier than, like, at 9,
Yeah.
you know?
Be
Okay.
safe.
So
Keep the rock I gave you.
they meet at the Scar to exchange to swap at 9 p.m. But they return to Emberwood at about 11:30 p.m. So, like I said,
Shit, so we missed them leaving. So we would have caught them leaving then.
you would have caught them leaving. Yes. So
Okay.
yeah, it's all good. It doesn't really matter in this context. But
know
while they are leaving for, let's see here, Reginald and Eloise and The dwarves. Okay. Yeah, you catch them coming over the bridge. I'm not going to put them on the map here, but they have their cargo.
Okay.
Several of the dwarves here. They would recognize you at this point, considering you helped them at the scar, and they will go ahead and stop. And Reginald and Eloise would, I guess, look at you expectingly of why you're stopping them on the road.
Yeah. Alice would be speaking in Dwarven. Pretty much, we don't have to like super roleplay so we want this to, but she would just, just curious if oh god, how would she say this? Sorry, I had it written down and I don't have my journal with me. She'd pretty much be asking them what, and trying to phrase it in a way where only they would really. She's asking them pretty much when the deal is going to be finalized with the Amethyst Academy, but she's not like asking it in such plain context, like just in case somebody's listening, but enough where they would understand what she's asking, like if there's a date.
Sure. Let's see here. Just for our stream's sake, I want to put these guys on. Yeah, you stopped them, asked them, said question in the best covert way you possibly can, and they will tell you. Let me see. I have this written down. Here we go. Reginald will go. Well. We've been back and forth with the tiefling up there at the Red Lion Hotel, and it's going to be the 30th, the end of this month here, when things are really going to kick off. Just to make some money. Yes.
Is that when the previous contract is going to be known that it's going to be ended?
Yes, well, when you say it's going to be known, I mean, we don't plan on telling the Queen's bit or anything, but yeah.
When would they? I guess if they're not, are they expecting something from you on the 30th or a later date?
You see, he sighs heavily, goes, we're not sure when the card player, whatever his name is, Mel's or something like that, I imagine after we miss our first shipment to them, that they were going to be very interested in seeing what's going on with us. Probably somehow in the first week of the next month, I imagine he'll show up. Assuming.
When's the? Mm-hmm.
Assuming that before then he doesn't get a whiff of anything suspicious. Are you asking because you plan on being there?
No.
Oh. Well.
No. No. It's just best if you don't get told.
He nods. Look, if something happens, we get some threats or anything, you know who we're calling.
Yep.
Oh, Brad, speaking on that, I gotta put an order in from Ironhelm. It's probably gonna take a bit, but I figured I'd do the down payment with you now.
All right. What do you need?
And Lowy explains in Dwarven that he's interested in an attachment for a firearm, and he's going to pay half the cost now and the other half when it gets in.
Okay. I'll put in the treasure channel what that attachment is, or you can send it to me directly in our channel. What that attachment is, and obviously the cost is doubled for what we have for that. And
half when it's in, hopefully.
He already has a silencer.
Kind of. I don't have the one from the book, but I do have a brand that is very quiet. Hold on.
And Alice would also, while Louis figuring that out, would have brought up Ron if they see him. Let him, quick rundown of like, we don't know where the hell he is. If you see him, hold him up, bring him. If you wouldn't be so kind, bringing him back. If for some reason, that whole shindig.
Ooh.
It's for Talon.
Expected. We know costs are doubled, right?
Yep. So I'll pay half now and half when it gets in.
Yeah, well, you come up to him and you explain the mechanics what you're looking for. He nods. But without even saying anything, he just waits for you to present some coin. And as soon as you do, Reginald goes, "Ah, there we are. Come by. Next few days, I think maybe we can come up with something. But you're gonna have to pick it up at the Scar."
I figured. We got some business, so when we're up your way, we'll, and when I got the rest of it in my hand, we'll come by.
Very well.
All right, I'll go add that to the treasure channel.
Yes. See you later, knife bites. You see he gestures towards his other dwarves to continue their caravan going to Drakkenheim. Meanwhile,
Hey, I don't think I came. Did you hear me? I don't think I came through, Brent.
What happened?
Alice would have mentioned. Alice would have also mentioned to Reginald about Ron.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They confirmed that that we see him. We'll do our best to tell you, and try to get him back.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
No problem. All right. You arrive, Talina. Talina. You know what? I like that. I like that action. More I think about it, Talina. And
Kind of pretty.
yeah. There we go. Talina, both of you guys. You come into Saint Ardina's chapel. Actually, you guys have been in Emberwood the rest of the day. You would have seen the Griffin riders. At least one of them arrives. It's not Sir Virgil Underwood. It looks to be another lady. And the wagon in which Ophelia Reed usually arrives in. Mhm.
Sorry, they said he was still missing, right?
Correct. Yes.
But they didn't say anything else, just missing.
Missing. Yes.
Oof. Okay.
And Flamekeeper Hannah is here, and seeing you guys come in, she gives you guys a warm smile.
Hi, Hannah.
Yeah, big smile for Hannah.
It's good to see all of you are okay. She would stop you guys before you would proceed further down the row of pews to where you see Ophelia Reed is sitting. Have you heard? From what I understand, you've been to Camp Dawn. Have you spoken with Elijah? I don't know if you know him.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Okay, you can tell that she seems worried. It is. I haven't heard from him in a while.
They have been really busy. There's been a lot of new people coming into camp. I wouldn't be too worried. I think it's just busy.
Okay. It's just that she smiles a bit and she goes. You see, she touches her stomach. She goes. We have a child along the way. And
What? I'm sorry, that was...
It was so loud.
he just said that he was going to bring me a gift soon. I just wanted to speak with him. Just let him know if you see him next time. I'm worried about him. That's all.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kala.
If you want us to deliver a letter or anything, either, I believe we'll be going back in. Well, I don't really know how many days, but they said they would send someone to us.
Tinu waves her over, Brett.
Well,
No,
she
we're
can.
not gonna do that.
Well, she,
I-
I mean, she
I-
comes over to you. Yeah.
I said, I get you sending right now. Do you want me to yell at him for you? He can respond.
You see, putting her on the spot, she goes, "Well, Then a smile comes across her face. Just tell him that we miss him, and
Oh.
we look to one day see Michael's gate. And he's more than welcome to come by anytime."
Oh my god, if this was cool, I would be like, where the fuck are you? Why haven't you visited your baby's mama? Okay, I'm gonna use sending right now in front of her. And I'm gonna send to I know him, so he should.
Yeah.
Would he, cause he works for the church, he would know how sending works, right? So I don't have to tell him that he can respond to me?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
He's also probably used to knowing how it works since I think haven't you done it with him once?
No, I sent it
it was
to
someone else. Never
the
mind.
Drexel or whatever
Yep,
his name was.
You're right. It
and
was
he
someone
did-
else.
I was too below him for him to respond. Okay. I cast sending and I say, Elijah, you didn't come see Hannah? And she says it like that. She said, Hannah said we miss you. Come by any time. Something.
He immediately responds. He's like,
Hold on, Tino has to finish the whole thing before he gets
sorry,
to
go
respond.
for it.
The whole thing.
Yeah, all 25 words, and then he gets to respond.
True.
Something about going to Michael's gate together. You have a baby? That's what she said.
Okay. Are you finished? Yeah, if she's finished,
Yeah,
then.
that's it. That's 25. Yeah.
Okay.
You would immediately get a response back. Tell her I love her and I'm coming soon. You know what we need to do. And that's what he leaves it as.
Yeah.
Oof.
She's like grumbling. He should still come see her. He says he loves you and he's coming soon. She says to Hannah.
Okay. Thank you, she says, and she gives you guys a wide smile.
Tinu hugs her and kind of pats her tummy. Excited. She does like a wiggle.
You see that she's really happy that you're happy about it too. She gives you a smile. She goes, I think Ophelia wants to speak with you.
Is she ready for us?
You see Ophelia's just sitting on a pew here, looking at the altar and this bonfire, small, not as big as the one at Camp Dawn, towards the back of the chapel.
Okay. All right.
All right. We're gonna get to this in 1 second, but I need to really take a pee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Let's take a 5. Let's take a 10, 11, 12. Let's come back. So.
Okay.
We'll be back when we're back.
I'm so sorry, you guys, your eardrums. I was so shocked. I was unmuted because we were about to RP.
I thought it was really cute. It was a genuine reaction.
Oh gosh. What is this?
I think Tinu conveniently forgot that the reason he hasn't been back is he's been watching our place for 4 days.
He could have came. There was.
Could he? He was on guard duty.
I thought there were
Austin was
shifts.
there.
I thought there were shifts, but that's also
Yeah,
an
exactly.
assumption on my part.
Shifts.
It was an
No.
assumption.
No,
That's a
think
good
they just-
assumption. He could have came. He's right.
I
he's
think
right
both of-
there.
I think both of them just stood there for the entire time, getting antagonized by salty feathers.
Okay, we're
Tina was about. Man, if sending was longer than 25 words, he was about to get it. Where are you? Why aren't you here? Why didn't you come see her when you were at her place?
Drag him by the ear.
Yeah.
It's okay.
What are
Ice
you
cream
doing?
too.
Wait, did
It-
we find it?
ice
Sorry,
cream.
I had to go help somebody set up a bed. What did we find out about Anar? What happened?
Apparently,
Oh no.
Oh,
I'm gonna.
you missed it.
Yeah, no, you missed that
I had to
entire
step
exchange.
away.
Your
So,
eardrums are saved.
yeah, Ku had a very loud moment because she was yelling at Elijah through sending, because happy news they're expecting. So we're
Oh,
gonna have to
Hannah?
bump that. Yeah, so we're gonna have to bump
Yeah.
out. So remember that quest we have with Elijah where he wants us to go to the jewelry district? We're gonna have to probably put that in the docket, pretty high up somewhere.
Oh my God, guys. We're gonna. Wait, does it matter if she has a baby out of wedlock? Is that really gonna be so bad? I don't think they
No,
have.
but he hasn't came to see her yet because he's waiting to get the ring, I think. So she's
don't
over
think
here wondering like, hey, where is he? Is he like leaving me now?
Okay, I'm pretty sure most of that is just Tinu putting thoughts into the head, but okay.
But if I was
So hold
Hannah
on.
and the guy
Not
that I'm supposed to be
true.
having a baby
Well,
with
hold on,
has not came to see
I
me.
think Jadu's correct. Intuition is correct. This guy who wants to show up with like item in hand, you know, he wants to be like, hey, I'm here. I got it. Let's do it. You know.
Things like this lead to miscommunication.
It's just he's been on military assignment at our base, and I know that. So like,
Yeah.
he can't leave. He literally has to be on guard 24/7 because there are people skeeving out our base right now.
Also protecting the guy that's already been buried alive once, so.
All right. Let me know when you guys
I
are
feel for
ready.
Hannah, TBH.
You know, we gotta. This is
I thought
probably
you
one of the few points of light that we have right now. We need to cultivate this. We need to protect this.
And I recall you guys saying, "Oh, red shirt, he's gonna die." Somebody was saying that.
I don't remember who said that, but
Not
it
red
wouldn't surprise
shirt,
me if one of them-
but kind of, you know, like.
Yeah. All right, guard. Kind of like, all right, guard number whatever you are.
I was gonna talk to him so he has death saving throws. That's what I was
Quick, make him a named character. We must protect.
Gee, what a
But
meta
I
play.
didn't get a chance to. You told us that we could do that.
No, I never said you guys can intentionally go around and try to build relationships to the point where these people can become real characters. You know.
We're not asking for real characters. We're asking them to not die immediate to give some chance to say them not die immediately.
Death saves. They're not becoming the hero. They're still NPC. They just matter to the main plot, like that shirt that Carl posted.
Let's see. Okay, so are we good or because we're running up here the last hour? There's still a few things I think that will be surprises, but
Not another baby, please.
Well, we've got a certain brother.
if we were playing Tomb of Annihilation, I'll give you a baby.
I do not know. I want to know.
I ain't gonna
that was
say
a-
anything. I ain't gonna say anything. But
I that was a weirdly placed threat, but I do feel threatened. Congratulations.
No, thank you.
there
Absolutely
is a
not.
baby in Tomb of Annihilation. 100%.
I know. I don't want it. No.
Yeah, again, weirdly placed threats. I am properly threatened.
The only baby I remember with Brent is the one he tried to push onto Alvarian.
Oh, he was
Oh,
like,
yeah,
no,
there's-
Alvarian
Oh,
was
the other
like,
one,
"It's
yeah.
a fucking baby."
Sorry. Now you taking care of anybody's kid. Don't care. How you doing it? Couldn't get him to do it.
Weird time.
Apparently,
did,
babies
yes.
are a thing in Brent's campaigns.
No,
Babies-
not really.
babies
Oh,
are a
no,
thing.
no. Don't say that.
I'm just
no.
teasing. I'm just teasing. No, they're not.
Hey, yeah, look. And dogs? Sure. Animals? Yes. But babies, I have not made babies a
And
thing
moms. And
yet. Well,
moms.
that's all you guys. Look,
Yeah, no, I'll
to be
take credit
honest,
for part of
everybody's like almost everybody's story has mommy issues. All right, that's you guys'.
Okay,
ain't me.
okay. I need to defend myself slightly. The book gave me that before I did it, so I was already kind of railroaded.
I was so like literally like let me see. Wait. One,
No,
two.
literally
I think
it's-
everybody except Kaput or Ron has mommy issues in this campaign.
Okay, actually,
so.
in this campaign, that's totally my fault. I'll accept that.
All right. Anyway,
Parental problems. It's just very good for backstory. It's like pepper. It's very common.
God.
that's one thing I saw with everybody when I
Freudian
was
trauma.
first looking at this. I was like, "Damn, everybody's got mommy issues." Hmm. All right, but anyway, okay.
It's
So
a theme.
it definitely is a theme. That's all on you. Okay. Tinu, Kalina, Kaput, Hannah just gestures towards you guys to head over to Ophelia Reed, who's sitting here. You know that
Are you back?
this place tonight is quite empty. There's there's nobody in here besides the acolytes and Flamekeeper Hannah cleaning up, handling various items. And you come over to
Sorry, wait. Sorry. Give me 1 second.
no problem.
Next campaign, I'll make it a daddy issue.
Yeah, just let me know when you're ready, Kalina, and we'll go. So I don't know if she's like doing something. But... I hope I had my mic muted the whole time. Let me go back and check. I don't think.
Oh,
I
you're
did.
good. We can hear you.
No, I meant for the stream. Let me see. I've done that before.
I feel like I remember that at the beginning. There was a stream that had no sound. And Koo gave you the splice.
Yeah, she gave me the audio.
And Koo gave you the splice.
Yeah, she gave me the audio.
And Koo gave you-
Oh, I can't go back live and look at it. I have to wait till later.
I
can't go back live and look at it. Okay. Maybe YouTube will let me? Let me see. Oh, YouTube lets me. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, I did it again. Oh
did it
my
again.
god, I
But
did it again.
just as we were starting, Dan both phoned and the cat threw up.
Oh my
So
god.
everything happened all at once.
Oh no.
Oh wait. No, hold on. Let me see. Wait a minute.
So they don't make
Event takes maybe a couple hours at the moment. No, I didn't. Okay, good. Whew. Okay, I'm good.
We're good? We're good?
We're good. I didn't do it again. No. I had it muted in the YouTube player. It wasn't me having the whole thing muted. So okay, all right, we're good. We're good. All right, fantastic, cool. Okay, so we're good to continue on here for our last 40 minutes.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Alright.
Everybody's fine. We're all good. Okay. There's just two things I want to do. One, get you guys back to you guys' hideout for the night, and this right here, and we should be good. All right. You approach Ophelia Reed, Kalina, Tinu, and Talina, and Kaput. You sit down next to her, maybe on either side of her, on these old pews in front of this blazing fire with all of these motifs of St. Tarna and angels and these ancient battles against the sorcerer kings and queens. Maybe you look at the stained glass windows here in this small chapel and you see saints are depicted in them. And they all seem to be looking at you guys in judgment. After you guys sit down, Ophelia looks at both of you and gives you acknowledging smiles, but that quickly fades as she says, I had to tell Theodore about your past after you left earlier today. I'm sorry that we didn't have a chance to talk about it before that, but I want to talk about it now if you're willing to spend a bit of time with me.
Of course, I understand. He asked you a question, and it is a part of our past. We did leave Michael's gate. It was something he needed to know.
Well, the reasons why you left Michael's gate is the reason why I kind of kept that to myself. Not necessarily you going to see your father per se, but maybe I shouldn't say the reason why you left Michael's gate. I should say the reason why you were there at all. After you guys retrieved that scepter, I sent notice back to Michael's gate asking about two young women, tiefling twins, horns on opposite sides, both well versed in Elven and gifted in rituals of the divine light. And not too long after, what came back to me was a lot. But before I go off talking about what I feel like you need to know, I'm kind of interested and I want to hear I know that you guys left to see your family, but was that it? Or she looks at the brazier, or is it something else? Maybe you didn't enjoy Michael's gate, or maybe those crystals you hold. If you didn't tell her about it, she seems to know now.
Oh, our crystals came from the divine light, so I've always kept it close, but I think we only left because we heard about Mom and Anar leaving. And as much as I trust him, well, I did trust him. I didn't want him running off on his own. He's family. But I still am committed to learning. I would go back after if they would take me.
Ophelia, she gives a wide smile and she pats your knee as you kind of sitting next to her. That's good to hear. But you see, she looks at you, Tinu.
Tina is just nodding at her like, yeah.
Don't be shy. Look, I understand not everyone understands or feels like they can commit to the sacred flame. I just want to know how you really feel.
Why?
Well, because we've known each other for maybe almost a month or so now, and the Silver Order's putting a lot of trust in both of you and your friends. I feel like if I know how you feel, maybe I can better help protect you.
What are you protecting me from?
You know, Tinu, I'm not exactly sure. But I feel like the crystals that you hold and the things that you've done for us or with us, both of those things together may not end up where you expect them to end up.
And where are they going to end up?
If you expect, I guess, this entity or whatever speaking to both of you to end up in some place helpful, I'm not sure that that's what's going to happen.
Huh?
What? It's the light, though. I thought. Don't you trust in it?
Okay, well, you can see that she looks at the ground. You can tell she's struggling with what she wants to say or her own feelings about, I guess, maybe what she's now knows about you guys. After a moment,
Kalina is looking genuinely confused.
Tina's just kind of like over it. But she...
the clerics back at Michael's Gate, Ophelia says this, they're split on whether they believe you're both manifesting the divine light or something else altogether. You see that she takes out from a side satchel, she has what looks to be a scroll case, which she opens, and there's like a thick rolled up document in it. She kind of flips through the pages. And if you are actually calling up the light when you cast spells, both of you, then it could be an omen. I'm generally split on what to believe, but I do know what I saw with you guys with the scepter. She looks at you, Tinu. She goes, "You picked it up." When I cast spells, whether they are on or off the battlefield, I'm performing rituals that are expressions of profound belief. She's looking at you, Tinu. These beliefs have been practiced in many different ways by the church for over 1,000 years. There has been unimaginable amount of divine meditation put into our beliefs. And all of that energy keeps the divine light connected with the mortal world. If I don't say my prayers with conviction and faith, then my spells may not work, or may be weak. if my faith is compromised, a shadow is cast over my inner light, and nothing emerges because I can't connect with the divine light. Now, I say that to point out that you both seem to be unique. You both have been called upon. I'm sorry, both of you have called upon the divine magic in general before you even knew what an incantation was. Apparently, all you needed was, as she gestures to maybe, it may not be shown, but your chest may be where this crystal would be. She continues and she says, apparently all you needed was a focus. That crystal. That these letters, you see she gestures to the documents in her hand, say, you both dreamed into existence. Now, there's only one person in the entire history of the faith that has been able to do such a thing. Call upon divine power without any type of frame of reference or understanding of where it came from. Do you know who that one other person is?
It was that
No.
person
Isn't it the
that had
same?
the necklace and the statue.
Is that Karna? No. Yes? No.
We used.
Hold on.
Both of you are like, shit, quiz
It's in my
time.
notes.
Damn.
Hold on.
Kalina would know. Kalina paid attention in
No,
class.
your intuition to say Saint Tarna is correct, Kalina.
Okay.
Is that the same person we saw at the
Yes.
church?
Yeah,
with
because
the,
that
yeah,
was the
so
statue
yeah.
that we saw.
Yes.
Yeah, so that one.
Seeing you are a bit more dismissive of the concept, Tinu.
She's not dismissive.
Well,
okay,
you don't
so
seem to
in her
care that
head-
much, for sure.
She does. She's putting on a front. So I mean, I can
Well, roll me a deception. Yeah,
Because she's
because
pretending to care. She doesn't want to get caught.
you can tell that Ophelia Reed seems to have the impression that you don't care
11.
that much.
Well, she knows.
Yeah.
Whoa, hold on. Well, damn. Well, let me see what her bonus is real quick.
Damn it.
let me
Yeah,
see.
real quick. Yeah, before you cheer.
+0, +0, please.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
mind
she
you.
got a
insight.
She got a
never
plus
had that.
Cleric.
6.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
high.
no, she's a cleric.
Yeah.
She's a wisdom lady.
Sorry, Tina.
But I mean, she doesn't like confront you on this. She just sees you could tell that she's kind of can see through it, but she doesn't like bring it up or anything. She just kind of nods. She looks back at you, Kalina. Goes, "That's right, Saint Tarna." And sitting here next to me are two twin tieflings with an elven dialect that are doing the same thing, calling upon divine power when they were children without knowing anything about the faith. And both of you don't seem to know why.
I'm gonna look at Tinu before I decide whether or not I say this out loud, but I think I'm going to anyway.
Tina's looking at you, but she doesn't look upset or anything. Like
We saw a statue of Saint Tarna wearing a necklace that looked like ours, and at this point I will pull it out. So would you like to look at it?
Yes. She brings out her hands and, indicating she's going to treat it gently.
Yeah, I'll unclasp it. I trust her.
You see,
I'll hand
she
it to her.
takes it and immediately No, I'm joking.
Ah, shit!
She hops over the pew. She parkours over the pew. She's out of here. No.
Never should have trusted her.
Smite.
I cast hold person.
You see, now this is small. I want to say that these crystals are maybe about half of the size of like a dime. These are small things.
Yeah, they were just
Mhm.
tiny stones.
In her fingers, she kind of turns it over and looks at it. Just like a long time ago, she says, looking at the crystal. A darkness eats at our world. Kalina, you both saw this darkness when you were children.
You mean the people who came who were sick?
She nods.
Yeah.
And here, in Drakkenheim, Emberwood, throughout the forest of Westamar, it's worse. I've often wondered how many are going to die in this calamity before the divine light sends us guidance. Heroes that can meet the moment, save us. Thought about this over and over. But since both of you have been here, and in getting the scepter, I feel like maybe the heroes are already here. She hands you back the crystal. She says, Knight Captain Theodore would never admit it, but wielding the scepter of Saint Vitrovio was a miracle. She looks at you, Tinu. Vitrovio was the closest thing we've had to a legend since Saint Tarna. In the deepest of darkness, when the world seemed like it was ending, he still saw the light, the truth. No cleric after him has come close to his faith and would have been able to wield his weapons. I guess until now. We couldn't let you. Mhm.
That. But when we brought it in, nobody made a big deal about it, that Tinu could use it.
I know. Most of it is because a lot of the Knights of the Silver Order, although they're versed in the scripture, most of their time is dealing with the oath that the Silver Order takes. They're not keeping up with the lore or the past. Or maybe they don't take it seriously. I'm beginning to. We couldn't let you keep it because we weren't sure what we were witnessing. But now that I know a little more, she picks up her papers. Maybe things can be different. But I have to warn both of you, though, that it's not unheard of for other entities in the Shadowlands and other places to reach out through mediums, rings, scepters, crystals. And those things across the veil may not have good intentions. I mean, it's not likely that that's what you're experiencing, but it could be that whatever powers you are tapping into are from some source that, I don't know, could taint these relics and allow you to carry them. It's possible.
Something finally clicks in Kalina's head, and she looks at Tinu. Like someone who thinks we worship rocks.
Huh? Tinu. Sorry, Tinu was in her head trying to figure out what she wanted to say.
Said something earlier today about it being strange that we worship rocks. That's what you're talking about. They don't believe it's really the light.
Ophelia nods. Like your, I guess, old classmate, I wouldn't say friends from what I saw earlier today. There are those who believe that anything outside of the rituals and the order of the faith, whether it's the Flame Keepers or the Silver Order themselves, they would believe that it's from some other entity, something darker, something evil.
Tinu speaks up for the first time, and she's trembling. And she's like, even if a miracle came and slapped them in their faces so hard they landed on the ground, they wouldn't know.
It sounds strange, Tinu, but after generations of being in the faith, you don't expect to see miracles.
It's not just about that. I believe in the light. I do, but...
Do you?
Yes, but watching a man who was lost and not cruel in any way just get struck down or walked into flame, that's wrong. It feels wrong. And the fact that everybody in that camp, all of you stood there and watched it happen just because I get it, he went against his oaths and it was wrong. But at the same, there's no mercy in the faith. There's no, people make mistakes. We're not gods, we're humans.
That is true. And part of me, look, I knew Sir Edwards since he joined the ranks. He was always very open, very eager to be at the front of the lines. And I understand, not just understand, but I feel bad that he violated his oath. We gave him a chance. All he had to do was not partake in a pagan ritual with the lizard folk that was with you guys. I tried several times to talk with him and understand what he was feeling, but I guess he felt like something else besides his oath
He was just lost
mattered
and
more.
trying to find his way. He just wanted the answers. He didn't even do the ritual with Ron. Ron went missing. And who
Tinu?
are you people to pass judgment on him like that?
I'm gonna grab her hand.
I understand why you're upset. I really do. But you gotta understand that the people of our realm for generations have entrusted us to keep our faith, to protect them and guide them. And when one makes an oath to the Silver Order, we expect that. Sir Austin knew the risks. If maybe he just had questions that I implored him to ask me, we could have figured it out. But once he decided to endanger one of the others of our order, that was a slippery slope. And once he committed,
The guy that got lost? Is that who you're talking about?
not just lost, Tinu. They were both on reconnaissance together. Usually one in the sky, one on the ground. Sir Austin had his steed. Virgil had his griffin. And I wasn't there. I'm not sure exactly what happened. But what we do know is that prior to that and after that incident, Sir Edwards didn't come confess to us what happened. He wasn't open with me and expressing his doubts and his feelings or whatever dreams he had. He continued on in secrecy.
Why would he if you guys just tricked him to get in trouble anyways?
Nobody tricked him.
You did. You asked him if he would do the ritual with Ron, and he said yes. And because that happened, you guys killed him.
I wouldn't consider that a trick.
It was a test. Let's call it a test then.
Sure, we can call it a test. And those who are committed to their oath to protect the villager, the average person, and whatnot, they would have thought about that beforehand. But look, I can't tell you right now. I'm not here to convince you that Sir Austin deserved his treatment. That's a whole another issue, and I guess we can spend more time talking about that. But I want to talk about something else. Can we?
You're not.
I'm gonna squeeze Tinu's hand. Just be like, I'm right here.
She looks at the papers in her hand, flips through some of them. Comes to a page and she says, "Here it says you left before the clerics can come to an understanding of your relationship with the crystals that you have." And I think the clerics back at Michael's Gate hoped with some trust and a long leash you would come back after going home, and they would have never imagined that, I don't know, you would be risking your lives here in Drakkenheim, Emberwood. And I'm not trying to frighten you when I say this, but I feel you need to know that Michael's Gate will order the Knight Captain to arrest you if it seems like these powers you have are dangerous to the mission. And I don't want that. I think the way we beat that is confirming my intuition. And my intuition is that both of you are undeniably special, essential to our mission. And how we confirm that these beliefs are true is by collecting more items of Saint Vitrovio. We know the location of 2 more of them. One, I believe Knight Captain maybe have mentioned, is Ignatius, the Sword of Burning Truth, Saint Vitrovio's blade. The other is the Helm of Patron Saints, the helm that Saint Vitrovio wore. Now, the helm, we believe, is being guarded by the cultists at St. Selena's. And Ignatius, we're certain, is still in St. Vitrovio's cathedral. Captain Landry's unit and his group of Flamekeepers, led by Thorn, plan on getting that helm from St. Selena's after we seize Temple's Gate. They're going to send a strike force to the monastery and try to take it before Lucretia and her followers can react. And once the helm is secure, then the blade at the cathedral can be seized, and after that, we can finally direct our forces to Lucretia and stop her madness once and for all. So, what happened to Sir Austin Edwards doesn't happen to anyone else. Tinu, that's the real culprit. Lucretia Matthias and her followers, who poison the minds of our knights and others and sets them against us, or tries to. Who knows what more damage Austin would have done? Granted, he was lost. He was looking for answers in a dark place. A place that more than 2 or 3 of our knights would have died to. Just think about what else he could have done if he was not confronted. Landry and Sir Radley, if they're successful at getting the helm of Patron Saints at St. Selena's, they're going to stick around longer. There's going to be pressure to get mercenaries. You see, it looks back at you, Kaput. Get mercenaries out of our business since real help, quote unquote, has arrived. But if you get the helm instead, and your friends, it adds more reason for you to stick around and help take the Sword of Burning Truth from the cathedral. And I can back you in this, and your friends. If we're successful at Temple's Gate, the Knight Captain probably would be comfortable with letting you use the helm, maybe even the scepter. And from there, if we can get Ignatius, and you're able to wield that looking at you, Tinu, and you, Kalina, then all of us are going to have to come to terms that something really special is happening. An omen.
Tinu stands up and, oh my god, I'm so sorry, Brett. She takes off her necklace, she pulls it out, she takes it out, and she hands it to Ophelia. And she says, even if a miracle slapped them in their faces, they wouldn't know. You can have my necklace and the stupid stone that they don't believe in. And she'll walk out.
Tinu.
She watches as Tinu leaves.
She's upset. She doesn't... Seeing everything with Austin earlier, I think was a lot for her. I can talk to her.
Ophelia nods. I knew this would be a difficult conversation, and I wasn't sure exactly how I would address it, but if you can talk with her, please. Because we may not be able to see a miracle happening now, but I'm almost certain if you or her, maybe even one of your friends, can wield the sword of burning truth, it would be undeniable. Undeniable that something great is ahead of us.
We'll get it, and I'll use it. And we'll fix everything that's happening in Drakkenheim.
Oh, I wouldn't say to put all of that on your shoulders, Kalina, but she nods. She goes, I could say more on this issue, but I just hope that your sister finds her way. I can tell she's lost. She looks for righteousness in everything, which, to be honest, reminds me of some scriptures, that there was two angels, one of light, one of darkness. The one of light seemed to be obsessed with the fact that darkness can be anywhere. And the one of darkness was obsessed that the light could be anywhere and misconstrued. I guess the point I'm getting to is that when both of these are balanced, maybe we can see some clarity in our mission. I shouldn't say our. Maybe I should say yours, you and your sisters. Maybe when your sister can see beyond the darkness around her, and maybe when you can understand the darkness that is around you, there can be some understanding. I don't know. I'm trying to still figure it all out myself. But I know both of you are special. Now, I want to make it clear that I'm not saying that going to St. Selena's you have to deal with Lucretia Matthias then and there. But a strong raid, maybe with some of our knights backing you up, can give you space to get in, get the helm, and get out without being overwhelmed. Because there are a lot of misguided folks there with crystals in their chest, and they can't be convinced at that point otherwise that they're following a path to darkness. I don't think the Knight Captain would deny that, especially after Temple's Gate. I guess the only problem that you and your friends would have to solve is dealing with the haze. It will require some thinking and maybe tactics outside of the box.
They're very clever. Well, they'll come up with something.
So I've seen.
About the misguided people, though. I know I'm worried as well, but I know Tinu's especially worried about Anar. Before we left, I was wondering if you had heard anything or knew where he might be, or just some information so we can check it off the list and level up.
You see, Ophelia goes, well, we've hesitated with trying to do anything with your missing brother until you guys have given us permission to do such. But if you would like us to, I can ask some of the knights here in Emberwood and, you know, those that travel between Emberwood and Camp Dawn to keep a lookout. And
I just was, if he's, for example, if he's at Selena's, we would like to try and maybe bring him back. I know he would struggle, but we want to see if there's anything we can do.
if he's at St. Selena's and he has not performed whatever corrupt, foul ritual that they perform to embed a crystal, then he can be saved.
That's
And
what we're hoping.
I would say that I can make sure we get some knights to help you in that effort. But if he partakes in that ritual before then,
I know. His soul won't be his anymore.
I can tell you this much, that we have taken some individuals who have performed that ritual. We tried to figure out what could be done to save their souls. And we have found nothing shorter than a wish or a heal divination to be able to save them. And even then, the amount of pain and damage their body takes with extracting the crystal could still kill them. So I would hope that maybe together with some of our knights, you or your sister, we can save your brother before that fate happens. If you guys think that you can get the helm before Temple's Gate, I mean, that would be stellar. But I wouldn't want you guys doing that without being really confident you'll succeed, as it's hard finding people that would replace our best mercenaries that we've ever came across. But if you feel you can do such, I mean, it goes a long way in demonstrating that the knifebites and Tinu and Kalina are more important or essential to our mission. So just think about it. And Tinu, really quick, did you give her your crystal?
Oh, yeah. She
Yes, sir,
Okay.
I did.
took off
I
the
took it off,
necklace.
and I gave it to her. I'm gonna be a warlock now. Fuck them. I'm just kidding.
Ophelia would give the crystal to you, Kalina, and be like, Hopefully, you can convince her that this is a gift more than a burden.
I'll talk to her for sure. I'm hoping she'll see that.
If you and your friends decide you want to go to St. Selena's, try to get the helm for us. Try to add more relics of St. Vitrovio. To the sacred flame, and maybe even wield them yourselves. If that's something you want to do, let me know, and I'm sure I can get some knights to assist you.
I'll bring it up to them. I know we're trying to help as many people as possible. It's hard to do all at once, and now there's strange rumors because we made some enemies with the Queensmen, but I'll talk to them. I'll see what we can do.
Thank you, Kalena. I'll pray about it. We'll see.
Thank you for believing in us.
She nods. Well, I should be getting back to Camp Dawn. When you figure out what you and your friends want to do, please come let me know.
What would the disciplinary action be that I face if I were to hit Mr. Radley?
She sighs heavily at that. She goes, well, he was sent here. Well, he was sent out in the field in general, from what I understand, to get experience. He's the most dedicated flamekeeper I've ever seen. He can recite the holy text, Song of Fire, back to front, from what I hear. Not to mention, he's the brother of High Paladin Uriel Radley. So, it's going to be difficult. If you were to hit him or strike him, I would not recommend that. I feel like Knight Captain you'll be giving him more problems than anything, because he's supposed to be helping Radley become more, we'll say, wise in how he applies the creeds of the Silver Order and the Sacred Flame.
I will do my best to avoid him then. I don't have the best impulse control when it comes to my sister.
I understand.
I'll avoid him. Thank you.
Of course. She kind of puts her hand on top of yours and gives it a squeeze. Thank you for listening to what I had to say.
Do you need anything else from us, or should I go and check in with our group?
No, I think that's all. If you are looking to go to St. Selena's, let me know. Either now or after Temple's Gate.
Okay. I'm gonna look over and see if Kaput is.
Oh yeah, she looks back at you. Kaput, yeah.
Or if you're good, or.
Yeah, Kaput's just listening more as a protective. That's why I kind of shifted over to make sure, Tina wasn't like running back to the cottage screaming, because then he might have chased after her instead. But
oh, she just went out. She left. She went outside.
Yeah.
But she didn't leave.
He saw.
I'm-
He
Yeah.
shifted to make sure you're good, and it's also to learn because even though it's only been a few days, he's still trying to figure out the party.
He now knows more about the twins than the twins knew for a while. Okay.
All right. With that, the meeting adjourns and you guys head back out. If you wait around long enough, you'll see Ophelia comes out, hops in the wagon, and of course the Knights of the Silver Order with her. They will hop in the wagon. One of the Griffin Riders will take flight, and Ophelia will make it a point to acknowledge everybody outside, even you, Tinu, if you're out there, and they will
Oh shit,
pull off.
Ron's here!
Ah!
Yeah, we've just been talking the whole time,
Yeah,
Just
did you see us?
All right. So, with that, yeah, you guys are all back together. Anything else? I have one more thing I would like to do if you guys head back to you guys' hideout. If not, we'll end it here.
Can I request that I get some roleplay time with Tinu at the beginning of the next session to
Yes.
go over
100%.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tinu's totally dodging you right now. She won't even
Yeah,
walk next
I
to you.
figured. Okay.
There's also a moment that'll happen when we get back between Eddie and Louis, but that'll wait.
Okay.
All right, we'll end your guys' session at this. So, you guys head back to your hideout to get some more rest. And I'm not going to put them on the map, but
Salty feathers.
Our one and only real friend, Tina.
Salty goes, "I'm your god. You can trust in me."
And like
Tinu
that,
would-
he's trying to play something.
She would pet him if he lets her.
Does he?
Well,
Probably not.
when you guys arrive back, and I will have an image for this next time. You guys come up to the ruined guild. Now I know I have all of you in the basement, and I'm just going to leave you guys there for a second because we're just going to do theater of the mind here. You note, before you even get close, there looks to be 6 individuals sitting on the ruined porch of the guild. You're approaching the ruined guild,
Mm-hmm.
and there's 6
Yeah.
people sitting outside on the porch.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, our inn, right? We're talking about.
The place where you guys are, sleep at. Yes.
Are they
I would-
armed? What do they look like?
I'm just saying that.
I mean, we did invite people to come and sleep here if they needed a roof over their heads.
I'm just saying that from a distance, on the approach, you see 6 people sitting there. You can't tell necessarily they're armed or anything, but they don't seem to be hiding. They just seem to be sitting on the porch.
I would like to give you guys a PSA that Tinu cannot cast any healing right now, so
Fair
just
enough.
to let you guys know.
I'll stay at the front, but I'll just keep walking towards
Yeah.
the front.
Okay.
Like, raise my hand to say hi, not threatening, not pulling any weapons.
Loey
But
pulls
it's right
his
next
gun.
to Kalina.
Loey would pull his gun. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. I don't know them. They're strangers, man.
Okay.
Approaching.
The approach.
You guys approach openly, and you note that these figures seem to see you.
Can we help you?
These are the first 4 that you see that really stick out. The person that is the third picture from the left, or the second picture from the right, you see he stands up, although he looks a lot dirtier and grimier than this picture would indicate. He goes, "There they are! My mates, who burned down our cabin, and then told us we can stay with you. Isn't that right?"
Not quite. We're the group that made enemies of the Queensmen who were framed for burning down cabins, and who, in trying to make up for that, said that if you need a roof over your head, we are more than happy to provide one.
Well, that's what I remember. A roof over our heads. Well, here we are, looking for a roof over our heads.
I don't argue with the happy part about that, Toledo.
Don't worry, we haven't been waiting long.
Outside. They're right. The Queensmen burned their houses. They don't have anywhere else to go.
Yeah. Look, I can promise you, mates, we're just adventurers just like you are. Looking to go ahead and earn our keep in Drakkenheim. Solve a few mysteries, you know? I saw that there was some rooms upstairs. I'm pretty sure you won't mind us taking that, considering the secret passage downstairs. That looked like a place that you guys would set up, or at least I would.
Tinu incited them. Not 24, 27.
Holy shit, Tinu.
What are you inciting them for?
I am inciting if they wouldn't be.
Malice.
I can't say malicious intent, can I?
Sure, you can.
Yeah.
Like malicious
Like if
intent.
they
dangerous?
actually just want
like
a roof, or if they're...
Oh, that's
yeah,
shady.
like
Yeah.
how I guess how I would describe it in Coup world is if I get a weird feeling in my stomach, that's my like insight. I automatically like balk.
Well,
like something's bad, something's wrong.
Well, considering that they have presenting themselves in front of you and didn't try to ambush you or anything like that, you get a sense that there's no malicious intent here at the moment. But this guy who's talking to you, he doesn't sound like the nicest person in the world, that's for certain.
Philibati like step up. It's like, you guys hungry?
Actually, we are. You see, Yanis goes, I can solve this problem. Huh?
Yanis? To the kitchen.
Very good. You're the knifebites. We're called the death blows.
Pleased to meet you.
You see, he comes over to you, Kolabati, and he extends a hand out.
Philibati will take his hand.
He shakes it firm. Good to meet you. Your name?
Kolabati.
Kolabati. I've been to the West Coast before. I know that name. Oh, one of those elven names, hence the ears. I'm sorry.
Yes, not many of us around these days.
True. Well, I guess
Could
over a
introduce your
meal.
friends?
Oh, yes, of course, of course. Freda, and, oh, let me bring back up the image. I, closed it here. He's gonna start from left going to right, you know. we have a few others that we recruited along the way. Hopefully we'll get to go ahead and know them better. But they could go ahead and speak for themselves. But my closest friends here, Freda, and of course then Throm, excuse me. Back to this here. You can call me Corfell. And this is Diego over here, or Fallen Paladin. And the guy on the far right here gives him a dirty look at that. But yes, I would love to get more acquainted over a meal. I'm quite hungry, and I imagine your friend here, this dwarf with the missing fingers, is probably going to give us a good meal.
Excellent meal. He's quite the chef. Come inside.
Good! That sounds amazing. He looks back at the first person on the left here, this Frederick guy, goes, see? Easy as pie. We thought that there may have been a bout here and there. But we're not like the other fellows that you guys fought the other night. We're reasonable.
So you're, what, planning to talk to us before you attempt to kill us in our sleep?
If I wanted to go ahead and kill you in your sleep, I would have waited until you guys were actually asleep. No. None of that.
Oh,
Do
it's
you
good to know
know-
you're not stupid then. Sorry, Kelly, you can go.
No, that's okay. I was gonna say, do you know if they're okay, the ones that we knocked out?
No, they're not okay. They're still quite pissed. I imagine they're going to show up to, what is it? You see this bluish guy here, the second guy from the left on our image. He goes, fight night. Yes, I'm pretty sure they're going to show up to fight night.
Yeah, but as long as they're healthy and not hurt.
Out of curiosity, do you know if fight night is to the death?
Oh, it is.
Well, that'll solve that problem at least.
Well, actually, I should be clear that the first few bouts are just for entertainment, but if you don't get knocked out on those, then, from what I know, you go to the championship, maybe as they call it, and that's to the death. Well, you meet Big Linda.
The fuck is a big Linda?
Well, let's eat some food and we can talk about it.
Lloyd puts his gun back over his shoulder.
As
All of you know this guy. I mean, he has a bunch of tattoos, you know, around his neck, probably all over his body, but he's dressed up, you know, hiding a lot of them.
Does he have anything that looks like Queenman tattoo?
Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah.
No, like the identifier tattoo? Like
You
the,
don't see
like-
that, but
Um,
I mean,
Oh.
you don't see like some lips on him or anything like that. But he looks
oh,
to
okay.
be
that
tattooed
was
like them.
specifically
Yeah.
what I was wondering was.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, if he had the lipstick tattoo.
No,
The Queen's
it is-
but he
tattoo.
seemed to be tattooed like the Queensman. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't bother Tina.
I will drop back and whisper to Loey. We can definitely keep a watch still.
Look,
you were gonna-
mates,
yeah, I was going to.
I don't plan on, me and my friends, we don't plan on doing anything with you guys. I mean, why would we arrive here, sleep in your place? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't gonna let them hear that. That was gonna be
Shoot,
like,
shoot, whisper
as
it.
we were going in, I was gonna whisper it to Loey.
Sure, he says this regardless, seeing the
Oh, okay.
you know, the trepidation on you guys' face. Why would I sleep with those I think that are my enemies? You know?
How do we know there's only 4 of you?
Actually, it's not on the map here, but there's three other. There are two other individuals with them.
He
But,
did say
yeah.
2 others, but he said that
Okay.
he didn't know them as well.
True. Yes. The new recruits.
Tinu goes upstairs to like kind of try to mend the areas where they're gonna sleep, to try to fix it up for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Torin
guys
will also
all
help.
go in.
A bit too.
Yeah,
Everybody was mending.
these guys go in, and they, you could tell, like, they probably already been through this place before you guys arrived. They don't really look around much, but they come in and take a seat at the bar, and Yanis would go in the back, and he would ask for his new spices and his new pots and pans, and he'll begin to cook up something, starting the fire. But yeah, these guys,
Yeah.
they sit and chill.
Brent, Loey goes downstairs to make sure that these guys haven't robbed us of anything that we left here.
Roll me perception.
Sure thing.
Yeah, not that I think we've actually left much behind
I
after
think
True.
we stopped leaving important
After the last
stuff.
time we were robbed.
Yeah, no,
Check my
Yeah,
trap by the back door too.
we got left leave behind like barrels of water.
yeah, like Loey's like sniffing at it to see if he sees any poison or anything, and he they fucked with anything. Oh my god, never mind. I'm
Yeah,
fine.
it looks like
Use my
nothing is.
inspiration.
You want me?
Can you use my inspiration, Brent, since I'm gonna lose it
Sure,
anyways?
sure.
Why
Okay.
not? Oh,
Oh,
man. Reversal.
Heaven and hell.
Yo.
You could tell, like, somebody's been down here, looking around, but nothing seems to have been taken.
Do I count? And I guess this would be as we're going in. Only 6 sets of tracks that these guys, because they've been standing in the same place. So he's like looking at the ground too to make sure that when he said 6, he's not lying to us, and there were actually like 20 guys, and 12 of them left to go hide in the woods.
Yeah, sure. Without rolling, you're able to discern that it wasn't like a large group that came through here.
Okay, good.
But yeah, these guys, they take a seat at the bar, and they lounge, and their spokesperson, this human guy here by the name of Corfell, just smiles at all of you. It's hard to make friends around here in Emberwood. I guess we're gonna see what happens, right?
sounds good to me.
Good. He bangs on the table. Menel! Yelling towards Yanis, I guess. And we'll leave it there.
All right.
And that's
And
how
I
Anna
have-
became a barbarian.
Ooh, Kaylee does not like this. Kalina is like, yeah, they need a home. Kaylee does not like this.
Yeah, great.
And I will have a couple more pictures for our other two guys next time here. But I wanted to get to there, where you meet this group of folks. Actually, I'm pretty certain you guys met these guys before. No, you guys.
I think I've seen that strip of picture, but I don't think it's.
Yeah, we've
actually met
seen them. I don't think
I
we've
think-
interacted.
I will give it to you. You guys saw these guys around the bonfire that was in between the cottages that burned down, but nobody
Yeah.
talked to them. So
Well, yeah, because we didn't think to.
yeah,
We
of
got-
course. I mean, I'm not saying that you should have.
To be
I'm just
fair,
saying that's yeah.
we were immediately jumped by another group. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
Shanghaied by Mel afterwards.
Yes, but okay. We'll pick them next time in the late night, whereas you guys have met another group of mercenaries, individuals who like to hang out and have a
Allies,
good time.
question mark?
Allies, we'll see.
Question
We'll
mark?
see. All right. With that, I'm into the stream. We can talk off stream. Goodbye.
Yep.
See ya.